Hey guys, I'm Hannah, and today it's time for the next lesson in how to hand build.
Hey, just like with the how to make a pinch pot video, I've decided to release a short and a long version of this video. This is the make along version. Everything is real time, so the idea is that you can press play on the video and make your own pot right alongside me, hopefully getting to each new step just as you're ready for the next instructions. The short version still covers all the instructions and processes, but with time lapses and cuts to keep things moving along. If you want to watch the short version, you can click the link right over here or find a link down in the video description. Okay, back to the studio.
I've got a new camera set up, so I've got a camera arm here, so I don't have to wear the hat or the camera on my head, which is really nice, and hopefully you get some good top-down views as well as front angle. Today I'm going to show you how to make coil pots. Last time I showed you how to make pinch pots, and hopefully you made a closed form and a bowl. If you're really not interested in making pinch pots, you don't have to do that first, but we are going to use some skills that we really built up by making pinch pots. Specifically, the ability to feel how thick your clay is and learning how to pinch and move that clay around to blend it and smooth it. But we'll go over those skills today too. It's just that those of you who made a pinch pot may find this process a little bit easier. Even if you don't make pinch pots before you make coil pots, I do recommend that you learn how to make pinch pots because it really hones those basic skills, which will benefit you regardless of what type of hand building method you're using, and even if you're wheel throwing. But let's jump into today. We are making coil pots. Now, we only need a few basic tools. We need a bowl or bucket of water. It doesn't have to be a lot. You'll want a little sponge and a needle tool. And those are the most basic things that you'll need. Now, I do have some other tools I'm going to be using, but you don't have to have them in order to make a coil pot. I'll show you how to use them, but I'll also try to show you how to use just the bare minimum to do the same steps. So those other tools, if you have them that are nice, are a serrated rib, a plastic or rubber rib, some basic wooden tools, a rolling pin to make the foot, and I also have these wooden rulers that I just got from the hardware store that make nice spacers for rolling out a slab. And lastly, you might want to use slip. We're going to be joining coils to each other, so you might want some slip to act like a glue. You can just use water, which is usually what I do, but I will show you how to make some slip if you want to use it. So let's start there. So you just want a container with a lid. You can buy some Tupperware for this, but I recommend just washing something like an old butter container, or this was Parmesan cheese. That's a good way to save some money. If you do buy a container, I recommend staying away from containers that have like a threaded lid that you twist on and off. Those threads can get clogged up with clay, and that can make clay dust and make the lid hard to put on or take off. Slip can be easily made from dried out scraps of clay as you're working, but if you're starting a fresh project, you don't have any clay scraps right now, we're going to start with the clay that we're making the pot out of. So if you're making slip specifically for this project, you want to use slip made from the clay that you'll be working with. I have used slips before that didn't match the clay body I was working with, and that can be kind of distracting when you're building and the slip color dries a different color than the clay body you're using. And it can show depending on what kind of glaze you use on the final piece. And you want to make sure, like, this is a high fire clay, so I want to make sure I'm using a high fire slip. I wouldn't want to accidentally mix and match low fire and mid fire or low fire and high fire clays, because that would cause a big problem during firing. So to make slip, we're going to start by rolling a coil. So we'll get a little introduction here. Now, I have this wad of clay that was just kind of sitting on top, and I'm just squeezing it out in sort of a long, thicker coil. A coil is just basically a long cylinder. So I'm just squeezing it out to get it started, and then I'll put it on my table and start to roll it. And hopefully my head isn't in this shot, but if it is, work on that. Okay, and because this clay is already getting pretty wide, I'm gonna go ahead and tear that in half. It doesn't matter how wide or how long your coil gets here. What matters is we want it to be pretty thin. And if your coil's starting to go flat, we'll talk about this more, but you just want to do what I call a candy twist. You're just going to twist the clay a little bit. That's just going to help get over that flatness and get it back into round. Okay, this doesn't have to be a pretty coil or anything. All we're doing is setting it up to make some slip. Then we're just gonna twist that into a little loop, like a little fish. When this is completely bone dry, we'll put it into our container with some water, but it needs to dry out first. So I'm just gonna set it aside. Now, if you need to wait on that because you really wanna use slip, you can. You may be waiting until tomorrow. Next day, Hannah here to show you how to finish making your slip. So my coil is completely dry now. So I'm just gonna break it into pieces small enough to fit into my container. I want them to be able to lay down on the bottom. That way I can put some water in there. And I don't want to put too much. I'm not even gonna put enough to completely submerge the pieces, because that might be too much. The amount of water that you put in is going to determine how thick your slip is. So if you don't put in enough, the clay won't slake, it won't break down in the water completely. But if you put too much, you're not really going to have slip, you're just going to have dirty water. So you want to put in a good amount, and then I'm going to put the lid on this. Whether there's a lid or not, doesn't really matter. And just set it aside and let that clay slake. And then once the clay has completely broken down, I'll stir it up with a little wooden tool or a paintbrush or something to get it to a good consistency. But I'm just gonna set it aside for now and get back to work on the coil pot. Another future Hannah here. Let's check on this. I've been working on my pot, and now I'm gonna check and see how this is doing. See how the clay has broken down a lot? If I shake it up, it gets kind of mixed in and that clay no longer holds a shape. So we can go ahead and stir that up, and I'm just going to use this end of this wooden tool here. Sometimes I like to use a paintbrush because it breaks down the clay even more. But I don't always like abusing my paintbrushes that way. But I think I am gonna switch to a paintbrush here. And what that paintbrush does is it kind of acts like a whisk. It'll break down those particles more. And I don't have to get all the clay broken down into the water. I can keep stirring it later when I'm working with it. Just get that extra slip out of there. That's a pretty good thickness. Right, so it builds up a coat on my fingers. So that's a pretty good thickness. You may like to have your slip thicker. Some people like to have their slip like almost able to be like sculpted with. Pretty thick, almost clay. Some people like it more watery. I like it somewhere in between for building with. I like it a little bit thicker if I'm gonna be doing slip decoration. That's pretty well done. Let me wash my hands, I'll be right back. Since my container has a lid, I can put the lid on and see how shaking it up does. So let's try that. Just wanna be careful, I don't want the lid to shake off. And depending on your container, if your lid isn't watertight, you may find this messier and splashing. Oh yeah, that's nice. That smoothed and mixed it up a lot. Okay, I'll just use my brush to kind of wipe down the sides. If I don't wipe down the sides, even if this container is sealed, the water from the slip on the sides will like evaporate out or condense down into the bottom. And I don't want to have a bunch of just dry clay on the sides of my container. It wouldn't hurt anything. I just wouldn't be able to use it as slip immediately. So any of that clay that dries on the side can be broken and dumped back into the bottom and reincorporated into the slit. See, that's nice and thick. It kind of holds its shape when you stir it. And it holds its shape on the brush. And I'm just cleaning my lid and the lip of my container here so that the clay there doesn't dry and make it difficult to open. Okay, so that's ready for me to use next time. Now to start our coil pot, we need to have a foot first. Usually when I teach this to my students, I show them how to make a slab for the foot. But I also want to show you how to make a coil foot, so I'm going to show you how to do both. Let's start with a coil foot because it doesn't take as many tools. And I think I'm going to move this down to where I can see better. Now when you're making a coil pot, the amount of clay you need is going to depend on how big of a pot you want. So I'm just going to cut some of this off. When I taught this to my high school students, I would start them off with about a pound of clay. So I would cut some of this off and then divide this into portions. You can always come back and get more clay as needed, but I found that if you get too much clay out at first, it'll dry out before you get a chance to use it. So we're just going to take a small amount out. So we're just going to start with like a fistful, just whatever you can hold in one hand or is about the size of a fist. And really, we don't even need this much to get started on our foot. So let's just take some of that and start to squeeze it into sort of that oblong coil shape. And then we'll move on to the work surface and start rolling it out. I hope that you're able to work on a canvas workboard because the clay doesn't stick to it. It allows the clay to move freely and you can spray it with water as needed. And if you're working on a super smooth surface, you may find your clay sticks or slides around. So having a canvas workboard is really nice. But let's talk about the basics of rolling a coil. So you want to roll all the way from the tips of your fingers to the very heel, the very edge of your hand here. Sometimes if my students are struggling to make good coils, they keep going flat or out of round, it's because they're not rolling with the full length of their hand. They're only rolling with like a small portion of their palm. If you're rolling a coil, but you only go like this, you're not fully rotating it. If I just go like this, the coil isn't fully turning over. It isn't going past 360 degrees. Whereas if I roll it all the way down and all the way up, then I'm rotating that coil multiple times, so I'm putting pressure all the way around instead of just turning it over. And that's gonna help it not go flat. If your coil goes flat, which happens, a really easy fix for this, so it's gone kind of into an oval instead of into a circle, is to do a twist. I think of it as a candy twist because this is how a candy cane is twisted. It's also how like the wrapper on like a Jolly Rancher or something is twisted. And that will create these ridges that go all the way around and will allow you to roll the coil more smoothly and get into a better rhythm. The other thing you can do is simply set it up if it's going flat and tap it back down. That will kind of make it square, but square is better than an oval for getting back into round. And so here I'm doing that candy twist. If your clay is too dry, it's more likely to go flat or have problems when you're rolling it. So if you're really struggling with this, you may want to see if you can get some clay that has more water in it. Now my coil is already getting really long and I don't need it to be super long. So I'm going to go ahead and take part of this off and just set it aside. And you hear that sound? That's the coil not being round. It shouldn't make that sound if it's round. Now I am rolling all the way from the heel to the tip of my fingers, tips of my fingers all the way to the heel of my hand. When your coil is really short, you can just roll with one hand. But as your coil gets wider, you'll need two hands. And then you can also spread out your fingers as it gets even wider to really control that roll. It doesn't matter how long our coil gets, we can always tear it off and make it shorter to make it more manageable. The goal that we're aiming for is not the length of the coil, but how big around it is. So I just like to use my finger as a reference. I want the coil to be about as big around it as a finger. Now, when I taught this to high schoolers, a lot of the boys would be like, your fingers are a lot smaller than mine. And so I would tell them, well, if you feel like your fingers are a lot thicker than mine, just aim for the thickness of your pinky instead. But the thickness of the coil isn't that big of a deal. What we're trying to do is have a consistent measurement to where your coil is the same thickness every time. So if I tell you to make your coil the thickness of your finger, then when you make your next coil, you'll be getting it to about the same thickness as the first one. So let's start by making a foot out of this coil. It is a lot easier to start with a slab, but I did want to show you how to do this just in case that's something you're interested in. Now we're gonna roll this up into like a spiral. And the first thing I wanna do is get the clay wet because I want the clay to be able to bond to itself. It needs to have water on it. And that water on the coil is also gonna help it be able to bend better without cracking. Now, two options here. I really like to use a serrated rib to score, but you can also just use a needle tool. My college professor also recommended using an old toothbrush. So it's just up to you what you want to use, but to keep it simple, if you only have a few tools, you can use your needle tool. We're gonna score and just make a lot of marks all the way down the length of the coil. I like to do a diagonal. I don't think you should do a line that goes straight across. I think a diagonal is better, but really, where's the science in that? It's just a preference. Right, so I can go like that. And then I also like to do some cross hatching where I go across it the other way. And you can see I'm just stabilizing the coil by holding it with my other hand. I go two directions just because it roughs up the clay more, and what we're trying to do here is create a rough texture in the clay to hold water. The other thing we can do is use our serrated rib. That's just gonna create a lot of scoring marks faster, and you can go two directions on this or not. The other thing I do, I don't like to go straight down the length of the coil. I do think it creates a better texture. It roughs up the clay better if you go at a diagonal or straight across, but I would not go straight down the length. So let's take our sponge and we're just gonna get some water in it and just dab it down the length of the coil, and you should see a little bit of water build up in your scoring marks. Then I'm just going to take the end here and pinch it into more of a point to help this next step go a little bit easier, and I'm going to start to roll that coil in on itself. I'm trying to show you where I can see it on the camera, but it's not going very well. So one way that's gonna make this easier is if you just get it started and then can roll it in on itself. Now, typically you wanna score both sides of whatever you're bonding. So as I roll this, I'm gonna go ahead and score this. You could score both sides before you even start rolling, but there are multiple ways to do most of these steps. So just do whatever works for you. And my clay is soft enough that I don't need to keep adding water. There's enough water on this side that it should be fine. At this point, you could also use slip, although depending on how soft your clay is, you may not want to use slip. Okay. So this could be my foot, the entire size of it, or I could add another coil to make it a little bit bigger, which is what I'm gonna do. So typically when I teach this lesson, I tell my students that their foot needs to be as big around as the palm of their hand. Now, hands are not universally the same size, but that gives us a general size that will make it easy for you to work on your coils. If it is that big around, then you're gonna have an easier time reaching your hand inside of it to blend the coils together as we're working. So I'm gonna go a bit bigger just to make this easier to work on. I need a towel. Forgot to mention, towels are really handy for drying your hands and wiping them off when they get too messy. Okay, so I'm gonna keep rolling this next coil, and I'm just twisting it because it already feels kind of flat. Again, starting off with one hand, and then once it gets long enough, I'm gonna add in the second hand. And one thing that's really helpful is to start in the middle, and then as you're rolling it back and forth, go all the way out to the sides. That's gonna push the clay outwards. Another thing you can do is if your coils gets a thin spot like this, you can bring that back together by starting with your hands further out, rolling them closer and closer together. That can bring that thin spot back together. Okay. And now you can score this with your needle tool. I like using the serrated rib. Why did I dip that in water? I like using the serrated rib because it's a bit faster. And notice how I was able to get to this thickness that is about the thickness of my finger pretty quickly. And once you establish how thick you're making your coils, you just want to make them all about the same thickness. Okay, we're gonna dab some water on this. Now my clay is pretty soft. If my clay was on the drier side, using slip here would be beneficial because I find that slip is helpful in bonding clay that is a little bit drier. One thing we want to do to bond the end of this coil to this coil better is we're going to cut the end here to a 45-degree angle. So 45 degrees, instead of being straight out, this is like 90 degrees. 45 degrees is here. So I'm going to just draw a line there and then cut all the way through. See how that makes it tapered? Then I'm going to cut this coil also at 45-degree angle. I want them to match up. So I'm going to cut it this way. And I'm just gonna score the ends here. Whenever you attach clay to another piece of clay, you've gotta score, you've gotta add at least water, maybe slip. If you try to join clay without scoring and adding water or slip, that clay is not actually gonna stick to each other. If you just press them up against each other, when the clay is wet, it may look like it's bonded, but as it dries, instead of that clay being bonded, it will slowly pull apart and create a crack there. When you score, that clay gets intertwined with each other, and adding water helps that process. And then instead of the clay pulling apart, it's stuck together, and as it dries, it won't pull apart. So that's why it's important to score and slip, or score and add water. Some people will try to just use slip, and that's just not gonna work. That's just gonna be a third piece of clay, a much wetter piece of clay in between those two parts, and it will just crack and fall apart as much as the clay. That scoring is really what's going to solidify that attachment. Okay, so let's keep going here. I'm going to keep scoring this as I roll it up. Got my water here. And when I'm rolling this up, I am putting some pressure on the coil to really press that clay together. I'm not distorting the shape of the coil. I don't want to press it to flatten the coil, but I also don't want to just like tap it together. I want to make sure that I'm putting a little bit of pressure. As you're putting that pressure, if you feel like the coil is collapsing, then you're pressing too hard, because we don't need to distort the shape. Okay, just the last little bit here. And then to end this neatly, I am gonna go ahead and cut this at a 45-degree angle, just to make that tapered off nice. Okay, so that's one way to create your foot, and I'm gonna leave it like this. I'm gonna set it aside for a second. We will blend one side of these coils together. We're gonna blend the inside together, but leave the outside as visible coils. But I need to let that slit that's just been made by the scoring and adding water dry a little bit to where it's not glossy wet. So it needs to absorb into the clay or evaporate off. So I'm just gonna set this aside for a minute, and I'm gonna show you how to make a foot from a slab. So if you don't wanna make a coil foot, we're gonna do a slab foot now. If you are making a coil foot, you don't need a slab foot. You can just set your foot aside, skip ahead, and start making some coils to add to the sides of your pot. So making a slab is a lot easier if you start off with a circle or a sphere. So I'm just gonna get my clay into a ball real quick. It doesn't have to be a good sphere. It's just kind of a roundish shape, right? So once I get to that point, I'm gonna start to flatten it into more of a pancake or like a tortilla, right? So there's my little cake. And then I can start by throwing it down on my table, and that's gonna push the clay out flatter. This is a quick way to make a slab. You don't need a rolling pin for this, but it will get a little bit more distorted and can kind of bounce out of control. All right, now typically you want the walls and the foot of your pot to all be about the same thickness, but we're gonna be doing some work on our coils that will make them a bit thinner. So it's okay for the foot to be a bit thinner than we're making our coils. So it's not gonna be the same thickness as my finger. I am gonna roll it a bit thinner with a rolling pin. You can do this just free-handed. Every time you roll it one direction, I like to pick it up, turn it over, but also rotate it 90 degrees. That way I'm stretching it out in multiple directions. So I did one roll there, pick it up, turn it over, rotate it 90 degrees. Now you don't have to do a full 90 degrees if it feels like it's getting longer one direction. Just turned it a little bit there, and that can also make it more round. Now this is starting to get thin. Another thing you can do if you're struggling to make your slabs uniform thickness, if they're really thick in one spot, thin in another, or if you're struggling to get them thin enough, or if you're getting them too thin, use some rulers like this. This is about 1/8 of an inch thick. So if I put this on either side of my slab, then I can put even pressure all the way across. And this isn't even touching my slab because I've already rolled it that thin and evenly, but that can really help if you're new to rolling slabs or you're struggling with rolling slabs. There are more like fancy rulers or rolling pins that you can buy to get different thicknesses, but I find that this is enough. Okay, from here, we just need to cut out a circle to make our foot. And again, I want to aim for the size of the palm of my hand. You can make a coil pot any size you want, but that is a good general measurement for starting your first coil pot. And your circle doesn't have to be perfect here, right? We're just gonna draw a general circle, but I will show you some tips for making this a better circle. My sponge is about the size of the palm of my hand, so I could put my sponge here and sort of outline my sponge. But to freehand it, you really want to start by drawing lightly on your clay, not cutting all the way through, right? And if it doesn't come out perfectly round, that's okay because you've only drawn on the surface, so you can erase parts that don't feel quite right and adjust them. So that feels pretty good. Notice how I'm not putting my fist down to draw this. I'm drawing from my elbow, from my shoulder. So I'm drawing from all the way up here, and that's gonna help you draw a better circle. Also, don't do short little lines. You'll never get anywhere. Do long, confident lines. Okay, once you've got a circle or a mostly circle shape, go ahead and start cutting all the way through your clay. It's really important not to point your needle tool straight down. If you point your needle tool straight down, you're gonna be carving, pressing it into the surface. And if you're working on a canvas board, it's gonna start cutting up your canvas. It won't cut through it immediately, but over time that can wear out your board. So it's really important when you're dragging your needle tool to lean it so that the needle is dragging behind you as you draw. So I keep it at like a 45-degree angle. And again, not pushing into the needle, pulling the needle so it's not gouging into your work surface. And notice how that angle is rotating as my line is rotating. Okay, now all we have to do here is just cut a line straight out from there and then lift this off, easy peasy. Then we're gonna wad this clay up. If your clay is super soft, very plastic, you don't need to add any water. If your clay is feeling a little bit dry, you can dunk it in your water and then wad it up to help prevent it drying out more. Okay, and so that is how to make a slab foot. Then I'm gonna gently pick this up. I can take my little sponge and go around the edges here and then just take my finger and kind of soften those corners a little bit so I don't have a lot of crumbs or rough edges. And I'll do that on the top and the bottom. Now here you can see where I drew on the back of that slab, and I'll blend that together when I start adding coils. I won't worry about it right now. Okay, so there's that. Now, regardless of if you're using a slab foot or a coil foot, we're gonna set that aside. We wanna clear our space here. A lot of the time I see people try to keep like all their tools really close to them. You wanna move your tools out of the way so that you have plenty of room to roll out your coils. I find that if you have too much stuff in front of you or to the sides of you, you're gonna be more timid when you roll and you won't roll correctly. So like if my bowl is right here and I'm trying to roll this coil to adjust for that, I'm gonna move my hand weird, or I'm not gonna do full rolls because I don't wanna run my fingers into the bowl. So move your stuff out of the way so that you're not hampering yourself, so you're not preventing yourself from being successful. This clay is a little bit stiffer. It was a little bit drier at the top of my bag, so I'm gonna add some water to it to help it roll a little bit better. And you can hear that it's got a flat, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that candy twist thing. All right, just enough to where I can see the twist goes all the way around. And then that should help it get back into round. I learned about this trick from a video by Karen's Pots and Glass. Been really helpful for teaching my students how to do this and for my own practice. Okay, that sounds a lot better. I don't hear that bub, 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 bub. So I know that it's round and I can feel it, it's rolling easier. Okay, so for this first coil, again, it doesn't matter how long it is, what matters is that it is the thickness of one of my fingers. And I wanna really keep that thickness of the coils consistent. Okay, so I'm gonna pick up my coil foot. I'm gonna show you how to add the first couple coils here. If you're not using the coil foot, I'll put in some chapters so you can skip ahead to where I'm working on the slab foot. I am gonna start to show you how to use the coil foot, but I'm not gonna finish this one. I am just gonna finish the slab foot. So let's go ahead and do this. To start, I wanna make sure that my coil is flexible. My clay is a little bit drier, so if it starts to crack as I'm bending it, I just wanna make sure that I put some water on it to help it bend without cracking. If your clay is already really plastic and flexible, you don't need to do that step. The other thing I'm gonna do is we're gonna stack this coil on the outer edge of the foot. We're not gonna put it out here on the side, we're gonna stack it on top. So I'm gonna go around and score the edge on the top, just like an outline all the way around. And you can do this with the needle tool. I have the serrated rib. It's a lot easier, it's a lot faster, so I'm using it. Okay, Then I'm going to go down the entire length of my coil and do the same thing. Then I'm going to take my sponge with a little bit of water in it and dab it all the way down. Notice how it's not soaking my board. I do have some water on my board, but it's not from doing this. It's not soaking my board. I'm not creating a big puddle. I'm just dabbing it enough to where I can see water built up in the coils like little puddles. And I'm going to do the same thing on the foot. Now, I'm going to take this coil, and I'm not going to start on the end. I'm going to start in the middle. So I'm going to take the middle, and I want to turn that score side to score side and press it onto one side of the foot. I'm starting where the foot, where that coil ends. It doesn't matter where you start, just start somewhere. And then I'm going to slowly bring the coil around, pressing it so that they attach. I'm not deforming the coil. I'm not flattening it. I'm just pressing it so that it sticks. And when I get to here, I'm going to cut this coil just like we did before. So I'm going to pick this up and show my top-down camera. So right here, I'm going to cut off the end of this coil. Not 90 degrees, 45 degrees. Right, just halfway between horizontal and vertical. And you don't have to pick your foot up to do this. You could do this while it's sitting down, right? But see how that now is like a slope down into the foot? Okay, then I'm gonna wrap the rest of the coil around this way. And I wanna cut this coil at a matching angle so that they sit together, okay? Now I'm not gonna start right here because that'll make the coil too short. I'm gonna start that 45-degree angle up here. Okay, I'm gonna peel this back just enough that I can score it in here. Dab of water. Then I'm gonna press it together. Okay, and see, we want the ends of these 45-degree angles to overlap on the top and bottom of the coils just a smidge. Okay, so that way it comes out to where it's like you made one coil all the way around. Okay, so we're gonna leave this coil visible on the bottom, but to really make sure that coil is strongly bonded, on the inside, we're gonna smooth it out. And this is where the wooden tool can come in really useful. While we're doing this, I'm gonna take my other bits of clay. I'm gonna wad them up together so that there's less surface area for the water to evaporate out of it. And I'm gonna put it back in my bag. A big part of making pottery is clay management, is making sure that your clay doesn't dry out before you want it to. So that's why I'm putting it back in the bag, because I'm going to be doing some work here that's going to take a little while, and I don't want that clay drying out while I'm working here. So we're going to blend these coils together, and we can do that just with like your thumb. I like to use like my nail, so I'll turn my thumb over and go like this. You could also use like a finger here. I find that's a little bit easier for me, and once it gets kind of moving around, then I can use just like the pad of my finger, right? But you can see I'm blending those coils together. Now, a key thing to blend those coils together is to drag across the division between the coils. So I'm not going the direction that the coils are going. I'm using my finger or my thumb to pull the clay into that crevice, into that space between the coils, and smooth it out. I'm not pressing super hard, so don't think about, you're not trying to move the whole thickness of the coil. We want the coils on the back or the outside to stay visible. We don't want to flatten them out too much. So I'm just changing the surface texture here. So it's not about putting a lot of pressure, it's about putting pressure in the right spots. So after I drag my finger across to smooth out those coils. Then I might go in the direction that the coil was going to smooth it out, or go in just other directions to really smooth it out. And I don't want to leave any gouge marks or a new texture. I want my new texture to just be smooth. If you're having difficulty doing this with your fingers, another good way to do this is with a wooden tool. So I want to find something that kind of has this spoon shape, right? I want it to be bold on one side, like rounded over, and the other side doesn't really matter. I just want to have sort of that shape of the back of a spoon. And if you get a wider tool, like this one, that's like the width of your thumb, that's good for big spaces. And then you can get a smaller tool, like this one's a little bit skinnier, would be more like the thickness of my pinky. That's good for getting into little narrow spaces. So I'm gonna clean this clay off my fingers. Now, coils can be used in a lot of ways. You can use coils to create a decorative texture, different patterns and stuff on your pot. You can use coils to build really big pots, and you can completely smooth the coils to make your pot almost look like it was wheel thrown. But today we're gonna focus on the simple basics. So we're just gonna keep all our coils stacking horizontally, and we're gonna smooth them on the inside to show you how to really bond them, and we're gonna leave that coil texture on the outside. Now, we do wanna bond this bottom coil to the foot, but I find that if you do that when you only have one coil here, you're more likely to push it out and change the overall form more than you want. So I'll go ahead and show you now, but then I'm actually gonna do that after I have a couple of coils added. So I'm gonna use this narrower tool, the skinnier one here, and I'm gonna start to press that coil at the top down into the foot. I don't wanna press the foot down flat. So I'm just pressing that clay down to bond it to the foot. Now you'll notice my texture here is really rough, right? So I'm just doing this first go around, but I'm gonna come back and smooth out that texture. The other thing you'll notice is I'm supporting the outside with my fingers. And that's because if I don't have my hand here, when I'm putting this pressure, I'm gonna push my coil off the edge of my pot, and I don't want it to move. So I'm gonna push that back in. Okay. And then I can go back around with my finger or with the tool, whatever works better for you, and smooth that out some more. Push, if I've like gouged into the foot of the clay, I can push some of that clay back so it's flat. So don't have a moat. I don't want a moat around the edge. I want the whole bottom to be one continuous plane. Okay, so, and that is the first coil, and then we'll add the second coil on top of this one. I am gonna switch here though, from doing the coil foot to doing my slab foot, and show you how to add a coil to the slab foot, and then the rest of it will be the same regardless of what type of foot you started with. And so you can just keep working on whichever foot you have. I'm not gonna finish this one. I prefer a slab foot, that's just my preference. You keep working on whatever kind of foot is your preference. Okay, my battery's running low, so I'm gonna have to take a break here soon. But let's try to get one more coil. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and get out my next bit of clay. To roll my next coil. And if you're doing this on the coil foot, you could skip ahead to the next chapter to continue on to the second coil. Okay, so I've got this blob of clay. I'm gonna try to get that into a cohesive piece before I start rolling it out. And I am gonna start hitting it into more of that cylindrical, long coil form. Okay. And just generally get it there. I'm rotating it in my hands, sort of rolling it between my hands to get that coil started. I don't need this entire length, I can already tell, so I'm just gonna use half of that. And start rolling with one hand. And then it starts to go flat, so I'll go ahead and twist it. Catching that flatness early is really important for making this easier. And I'll just go ahead and twist it again. Add my second hand. This part is a little bit thicker, so I'll just use one hand on that part for a second. Hear that thumping sound? It's going flat, so I'll twist it. Now, some people get upset because the end of the coil isn't pretty. I've heard this called like a snake's mouth, and you can pinch that shut if it's bothering you, but don't get too worried about it because most of the time we're gonna cut the end of the coil off anyway. All right, so start in the middle, move my way out. You'll see me move my hands around a lot because I usually just kind of move to where the clay looks and feels a little bit thicker. And I'll leave thin areas alone. I won't put pressure on them. And that just takes a little bit of practice, a little bit of experience. Okay, so that coil is about the thickness of my finger now, so I'm ready to go ahead and add it. Now you'll see here, it's cracking a little bit. That's not a problem. It's gonna get smoothed over. I can score it and make it part of the attachment, not a big deal. Okay, so my little slab here, I'm gonna go ahead and put the side that's prettier down, because now when I attach my coil, I'm gonna have score over this area anyway. So that makes that easy. Okay, so we're gonna start by scoring around the edges. We're gonna attach the coil on top of the foot. We don't wanna attach it around the outside. In my experience, attaching the coil to the outside of the foot just isn't as pretty, doesn't look as good, and that connection usually becomes like a failure point. Like this connection usually isn't as strong, and usually there's some gaps or something if you attach it that way, which is why we're gonna stack the coil on top of the foot. Okay, so you're gonna go around the edge of your foot here, and we just wanna score all the way through the top corner of that slab. I'm just doing this in my hand so I can hold it closer to the camera. There's no reason for you to hold it while you do this. And look, I've scored far in to the slab, just so I make sure it's wide enough for the coil, but you don't need to score the whole bottom. You can smooth it out if you did that. The other thing we're gonna do, and I just wiped that extra clay off on the edge of my bowl here, just to get rid of it. And then we're gonna score the entire length of our coil. Now when we do this, it's just like when we made the coil foot, but if you skipped ahead and you didn't do that, here's how you do it. I recommend going at an angle. Don't go straight down. It doesn't rough up the clay enough. Going at an angle is gonna make more cuts and more grooves for that water to be held in. And I like to go two directions if my clay's a bit drier. If your clay is pretty wet, just one direction is good enough. I also like to go at an angle. I don't like going straight across this way. That's just preference. Okay. I'm gonna take my sponge, just put enough water in it to make it a little bit damp or a little bit wetter than damp. And then we're gonna go all the way down, just dabbing that coil so that you get a little bit of water built up in your score marks. Just little puddles all the way down. Notice how I'm not creating a puddle under my coil. I'm not getting water all over the board. I'm not soaking it. It's just on my coil, and then I'm gonna go around my foot. Now, you are gonna get water on your work board incidentally, that's fine. We just don't wanna work in a puddle. You don't wanna soak your board and make your work area overly wet. I'm going through all these steps again, just in case you didn't watch the first part. So if you're bored, because you already did it, skip ahead. We're not gonna start at either end. We're gonna start in the middle of the coil, and I'm gonna turn this score side down to face the score side on the foot. And I'm just gonna give it a little pressure, press it just a little bit. I don't wanna deform and flatten the coil too much. It is gonna move a little bit, but we don't wanna make it too big of a deal. Okay, and I'm just gonna wrap this coil around. Remember, we're stacking the coil on top of the foot and just gently pressing it down. And I'm gonna keep going around. Now I made this coil really long. If I had made it shorter, I could have stopped here and just started adding the other side of the coil. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. So the next step here is we need to cut off our coil and join it together. You could just continue this. You could score here and continue this on top. I've done that before. I don't like it as much as stacking each individual coil. It's easier for me to manage my coils that way. So we're gonna do this instead. I'm gonna pick this up and show you here. You don't need to pick yours up because you can kind of like duck down and look at the side. But we wanna cut a 45-degree angle here. So 90 degrees is straight down towards the foot. 45 degrees is at an angle halfway between the horizontal of the foot and the vertical 90 degrees. So we wanna cut a 45-degree angle right here. Okay. And then we also want to cut a 45-degree angle on this coil, but we don't want to do it right here. See that little air gap? We don't want to start it right here. We want to start it a little bit higher on the angle of this other coil. That way they overlap a little bit and we don't have any holes or gaps between our coils. Okay, so that's going to overlap like this. And what we're gonna do before we put those together is we are going to score them. Now, if your clay is super wet, you may not need to add water here if there's already a lot of water from joining it to the foot, but it's very likely that you will need to at least dab a little bit of water in here, or slip if you're using that. Okay, that looks good. So I brought those beveled edges, those 45-degree angles together. See, they stack together nicely. And now it's like we just have one continuous coil. I'll blend those together just like we learned how to do on the pinch pots, and I'll do that on the inside and the outside. We are gonna blend this coil into the foot a little bit more. We're gonna join them more completely. But I find that that's a lot harder to do when you just have one coil. It's really easy to gouge through your foot. So we're gonna go ahead and add our second coil before we continue bonding. The other reason that I do that is that's gonna give the water that we just added to the clay time to absorb into the clay and evaporate out and be a little bit drier. And that's gonna allow those two pieces of clay to bond to each other before we start blending. If I start trying to blend now, that water may be too slippery and the clay may move around too much. Whereas if I let some of that water dry out and absorb into the clay, that bond is gonna be stronger and it's gonna be easier to work with. So let's go ahead and roll another coil. Now I'm gonna look at these two coils. This may be just enough, let's see. No, that's not quite enough clay, so I'm gonna roll out another coil, but I do also wanna show you what happens if you accidentally make your coil too short. So we'll do that here in a little bit. Whether you started with the coil foot or the slab foot, the rest of these steps are gonna be the same. So I'm not gonna be going back and forth and completing both pots. I'm just gonna finish the slab footed pot. but the steps are the same. Now, one thing I can do with these coils that I'm holding onto is I can take my sponge and dab them with water so that they don't dry out as I'm working on other parts of the clay. If they're really close to being dry, I can also just dip them in my water. But you want to be careful about doing that too often. We don't want the clay to be too soft because then it'll squish too much and it might collapse in on itself as you're building. Okay. Now it's important when you're rolling out your coil that again, you move all those tools out of your way so that you have all the room you need to roll out your coils. And look, I'm rolling all the way from the heel of my hand to the tips of my fingers. And then whenever I start to feel it go out around, I want to make sure that I do that twist or that I tap it back into square so that it gets round again. And again, start in the middle and work your way out is best practice, but you can also monitor and adjust. Like notice if it's thicker in one place, work on that spot. If it gets too thin, start with your hands outside that thin spot and work them towards each other. That's going to bring the clay in, gathering it up to make a thicker or even out that part of the clay. Okay. Let's go ahead and do this one. I'm gonna bring my pot back into my workspace. I'm going to score my coil and I'm gonna show you again how to use the needle tool to do that, just in case you missed it before. So we can score with the needle tool. All you're gonna do is diagonally create all these little marks all the way down the length of the coil, and you can also crisscross it or cross hatch it. Really what we want to do is find a movement that is efficient, that is quick and effective. That way you're not spending too much time doing this. A lot of people give up on coil pots because there's so much scoring. And so if you can get yourself a serrated rib, that makes a really good alternative to using the needle tool. Again, a toothbrush works really well for this. I find that using slip when you use the toothbrush method is a little bit better. Also, using slip is better if your clay's a little bit drier. If your clay is still pretty flexible, it's better to use water. And there are specialty scoring tools that kind of look like a needle tool that has like multiple wires fanned out on the end. So if you have one of those, you could use that. I don't have one of those. So this is all scored. Now, whenever we make an attachment, you score both sides. So I need to score this side. Now I need to score what I'm attaching it to. And again, the direction doesn't matter. You just want to make it messy. This is a little bit harder for my students who are perfectionists, but right now, perfection is being messy. Okay, I'm just wiping that off on the edge of my bowl or your bucket, so that way that clay doesn't dry on here and get crusty. Okay, take our sponge, a little bit of water in it, dab it all the way down the length here. Right, just enough to build up a little puddles in the coil, in the scoring, not on the board. And then go around your foot or your pot here. And you'll notice I squeeze out that water back into the bowl because I don't want to soak my board when I set the sponge down. Okay, so I'm gonna pick this up. Again, turn it over so that score mark goes to score mark. And I'm setting it down, but then I'm also going around and gently pressing it down. You could press down with like a thumb like this. You could also do like a pinch press where you have your thumb on the inside and your finger on the outside if you find that helps you keep the shape of the coil better. Okay, so I'm bringing those around. This time, I'm gonna reserve more length of my coil, so I'm gonna bring this around here more. Okay, now I need to cut that 45-degree angle. Remember, the 45 degrees, that angle is from the vertical, so if I'm cutting it and I'm not picking it up, I want to
think about it being a little bit sideways here. So it's a slope down into the coil below it. There we go. Now I'm gonna cut the other one. Remember, we want those slopes to be matching so that they can overlap. And this really is easier if you pick it up and look at it, or if you kind of get down on the level to look at it. And I'm gonna just cut that right there. Okay, remember to score that. If you don't score it here, those coils, as that clay shrinks and dries, will pull apart. So we want to make sure to score all those connections. Be careful when handling your pot right now. Your clay is super wet. Like, I'm not picking it up by the foot because I don't want to dent the foot right now. All right, that's looking pretty good. So now that I have 2 layers, I can start bonding the foot to the bottom a little bit better. So let's go ahead and do that. What I wanna do is the foot and the bottom coil are gonna end up looking like one piece. You can take your serrated rib here and score across that connection and smooth it out. And this is the only time we're gonna smooth one coil into another, or the coil into the foot. The rest of the coils on our way up will be distinct from each other. Now, I wanna push the foot, that little corner, up into the coil above it. I can also push that coil down into the foot if that fills it in better. So I'm making it more of a continuous piece of clay. I'm disguising that they were ever separate.
And that is going to strengthen that bond between the foot and the bottom coil, but it is more of an aesthetic choice. It looks better when you have a slab foot to blend it into that bottom coil because of the different thicknesses of the clay. But if you made a coil foot, you can skip this step because we're also going to blend the clay together on the inside of the pot.
Now again, be careful, we're only doing this on the bottom coil, we're not doing it on the second coil. And I do find that this is easier to do if I pick up the pot than trying to do it while it's sitting on the table, but you do whatever works best for you. You just wanna make sure that if you're pushing it down onto your work surface, that you're not creating a weird angle here. So make sure you pick it up and look at it and make sure that foot looks good. Okay, so that's blended together really nicely on the outside. In addition to going up and down to blend it together, I also then want to go kind of around to create a nice smooth texture that goes around. Really blend it and take your time here to get that texture nice. It's going to be easiest to fix the texture now while your clay is very plastic. It gets a little bit harder as the clay dries out. Okay, so that looks really good. You can't tell the difference between my bottom coil and my foot. Now on the inside, we can still see the differences. So we're gonna work on that here. You can do this with your finger. I can get my thumb in here or my finger or whatever's comfortable. I'm trying to do it to where you can see it on camera, so it's a little harder to do. You could do this where you're blind, where you can't see what you're doing, but you can feel it. I'm gonna take my thumb or my finger and push this clay from the bottom coil down into the foot. I do recommend doing this on the surface so that you don't bubble out your foot. You don't accidentally punch through your foot or distort it. But I'm just trying to hold this at an angle where you can see it better first. Okay, now it's not blended together yet, but we are gonna work in that direction. I'm gonna set it down before I damage it. Now, you can do this with your finger, but it is easier with a tool. So again, we wanna look for a tool that has sort of that spoon back shape. It's a little rounded. It's kind of shaped like the pad of a finger. I'm gonna use this skinnier one since I'm trying to work in this tight space. And you wanna take it like you would take your finger and push down on that clay to push it down into the foot. But again, we don't want to gouge the foot. We want to press that clay and then smooth it into the foot surface. You don't want to push it down so hard that you dig into the foot too much. If you do, that's okay. We can recover from that.
You can smooth it out then, like by moving the tool back and forth, or blend it with a finger, whatever works for you. Now you're gonna find here that fingernails, thumbnails, they might get in the way and gouge your clay, so using a tool might be a little bit easier and allow you to keep your nails longer. I gave up on having really long nails a long time ago. I just kind of keep them trimmed to where I don't gouge my work too often. Okay, so see how I'm just doing a little bit, rotating, doing a little bit, and that's just to keep it at an angle that's comfortable, so I'm not twisting my hand in a way that's uncomfortable, and so that I can see what I'm doing. Okay, and I've come all the way back around. Now you can see sort of that texture from the tool, and you would see that with your finger as well. So now I just want to go around, kind of like we did with the pinch pot, and do kind of that swipe pinch. I'm not really pinching, I'm just like swiping that clay around, and then that shows me, oh, I didn't fully bond it here. So I can set it down and work on it a little bit more right there. Pick it back up, really look at that texture and get it pretty. And notice I'm supporting the outside. Anytime you put pressure on the inside of the pot, you need to make sure you're supporting the outside. And the same goes for the foot. I've got my hand under the foot, but also if I'm putting some more pressure on that foot, I might put these fingers underneath so I have better control over that pinching motion, and so that I don't accidentally deform my pot in ways that I don't mean to. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. I want to make sure that the inside bottom here is nice and smooth. Now you could intentionally texture this, but I think the first time you make a coil pot is a good practice to practice smoothing, because even if you want texture, it's a good idea to smooth first and then add your texture intentionally, instead of having like a texture that you mean to have on top of a messy, sloppy texture. Your pots will just look better and more professional if you can master that. Okay, so now the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna blend the top coil into the bottom coil. We're not gonna do that on the outside. We're only doing this on the inside, and that's to make sure that those coils are really bonded to each other and that they don't break as it shrinks or even as it fires. I had a coil pot that I made in high school that I did not know how to do this. I didn't know to blend my coils on the inside, and after years, it popped apart and I super glued it back together. It's fine, but smoothing the coils together on the inside allows you to use those coils as decoration on the outside, but also have a better bond between those coils. So I'm gonna take my thumb here and just press that clay down. It's almost like I'm taking the inside edge here of the clay and just pressing it down. And when I do that, that does put some pressure outward on this coil. So if I don't support it, it won't really grab the clay and bring it down, and it'll push that coil out. But if I support it with my finger like this, I can really swipe some of that clay down into that crack, into that joint, and really make a stronger bond here. Now I like to do this once like every 3 to 4 coils. We're doing it here with the first 2 coils, but after this, I'll put 3 or 4 coils on before I do this. The really thing you wanna make sure you do is that any coils you attach get bonded to each other in the same work session. So before I take my lunch break, I'm gonna finish bonding this coil to this coil. If I was gonna pack this up for the day, I would make sure all the coils I attached today got bonded to each other in this way. Okay, so now I'm gonna go around and just make that texture prettier, smooth it out more. So now the inside looks like one smooth, continuous piece of clay where we don't see the coils separation anymore. And again, I'm supporting the outside so they don't accidentally change the shape of the coils on the outside. I'm having a hard time getting in here with my finger, so I'm gonna use my tool. Use whatever works best for you. There's not really one right way to do this. Okay, right here is where I joined those two pieces, the two ends of the coil, so I'm gonna go ahead and blend that over. The bottom of this is looking a little bit funny, so I'm gonna smooth that again. And again, I wanna just make sure that if I accidentally gouge my clay, I go ahead and smooth it. Now, coil pots can be worked on for multiple days. I've had a coil pot that I worked on for a month. The key is to make sure that everything that you work on in one day gets smoothed, gets joined, gets connected really well. Because as you're working, the bottom of your pot can be drier than the top of your pot. It just needs to be a gradual change from drier leather hard to soft plastic clay. You don't want to let part of your pot get to bone dry, but it's okay if the bottom, and sometimes necessary for the bottom part to be leather hard while you're still working on the plastic, softer clay at the top. Okay, one last thing before I take a little break here is I'm gonna go ahead and go around and smooth out this texture. I don't want to accidentally smooth out the coils. Don't see them anymore. I would just wanna make sure that the coils are distinct from each other but pretty. So I don't wanna see any of what I call overscoring. So all these marks from where I scored the coil are showing, and they're not nice. They don't feel good after it's fired, and they don't look good right now. So I'm gonna take a tool like this and just go around, and I've got the edge of it in that space between the coils so that they stay distinct from each other. And just smooth that out, and I can do that with a finger if that works better. If your fingers get too much clay built up on them, it's a good idea to go ahead and like clean that clay buildup off so that you don't get bits of dry clay sticking to your fresher clay. As you get better at this, you'll do your score marks better so that you don't have as much cleanup. You may have a lot of cleanup on this first pot because you're learning, and that's okay. The other thing that can happen sometimes on your first coil pots is that your coils, like you lose them completely and maybe you feel like you need to redraw them in. This is fine, especially for your first pot when you're learning. I don't like the way that that looks now that I can do better, so I try not to do that too much. I try to keep that natural edge of the coil visible. Also though, a lot of the time that gets covered up in the glaze, so it's not that big of a deal. And really, I'm talking here about preferences, aesthetic preferences, just like what I prefer. Yeah. So we can have different opinions, and that's okay. All right, here's where it's really messy. This is where I did it with the needle tool. I have a lot more finesse and control with the serrated rib. Now, notice how using this tool to kind of brush over things creates sort of these ridges. So I'll smooth back over those to really make it round. I want it to feel like it's a coil. Now, these are the tools that I had in my classroom, but if you're working on your own and maybe you've bought your own tools, you might have some of these sort of silicone brushes. I'm not sure what to call these. Silicone brush seems like the best thing here, that it's really flexible. This might be an easier tool to use for this. And you can get some like softer textures with it. I keep drifting to the side of the camera. Okay, that looks pretty good. So a tool like this can be helpful, but again, you saw me do most of this without a tool like this. Okay, and you see that sort of like wavy texture on the inside? I can keep working on that
as the clay gets stiffer, it will be harder to get like deep waves, but I can get more surface texture easily. So right now I'm gonna go around and just kind of finalize what I want that to feel and look like. Make sure I don't have any ripples that I don't want. Okay, and I am gonna take a little bit of a break here. So before I take a little break here to recharge my camera batteries, let's talk about like if you're taking a break, putting your stuff away for today. Make sure you clean your tools. Clay left on your tools can cause them to rust or to grow mold. So make sure you're cleaning up your tools regardless of if you're leaving for an hour or 24 hours. Stuff happens. Sometimes you intend to come back in a couple hours and it's a couple days before you can get back. So take good care of your tools and clean up like you're leaving for a while, no matter if you think you are or not. Put these away. I need to clean that one. In my experience, you can't save coils from one day to the next. I can put these coils away in my bag and come back and use them in about an hour. But if I'm gone for a day, these coils will be too stiff to work with and they won't bond well to the rest of the clay. So what I'm gonna do, because I think I'll be back, is I'm going to dip them in water and just set them on top of the rest of the clay in my bag. If I'm not back in time to use them, if they dry out before I get to use them, then that's okay. I can recycle that clay and use it again. This piece I'm not going to use. I'm not gonna finish, but I can dip it in water just like I did with those coils and then reuse it when I come back. If you know you're done for the day, go ahead and just wad those coils back up into one homogeneous piece of clay. That way the clay doesn't dry out and you can keep using it next time you come to work on your pot. So I'm gonna close this up. Now for my pot, I am gonna put it in a bag. In my classroom, we used Ziploc bags because that was easier for my students. I'm just gonna use this bag that used to have clay in it. Now when we do this, you just wanna lift this carefully. It's not too much to handle right now, but I like to hold it on my hand, slide it into the back of the bag, set it down gently. And one thing that's really key here is get the extra air out of the bag. That's gonna help you more than sealing the bag. So if I can get as much air out of here as possible, that's gonna stop the water from having a place to evaporate into and slow down the drying process, okay? Okay, and then I'm just gonna clean up my tools and take a little break and recharge all my batteries. It's also important when you're cleaning your wooden tools not to soak them. So I don't put them in the water. I get my sponge wet and I wipe the clay off of them. Putting them under running water may feel helpful or like it's faster, but having your tools soaked like that can encourage them to grow mold. And then I'll just leave them kind of spread out if you have that luxury. Spread out to where they can dry, or put them on a towel and dry them off a little bit before putting them away. If your tools are wet, try not to put the wet side down in a cup. So if you have a tool cup that you generally put your tools in, I don't recommend putting them back in there while they're wet. If you can set them out to dry before you put them back in your cup, that will help prevent mold growth. This cup is bisqueware, so it's breathable. So if you have a tool cup, maybe like one of those pen cups or something that's mesh, that can also help allow air to circulate so that your tools don't grow mold when they're wet. That's it for those tips. All right, I'll see you back here in a little bit. And we're back. And it's a good thing that I packed up like I wasn't gonna be back the same day, because those batteries took a lot longer to charge than I thought they would. But let's get back into it. So I'm gonna go ahead and get out my pot.
Now, we've added 2 coils, and you know all the basics. You could continue making a pot with coils, just adding them exactly as we've been doing. But let's get into some things like, what if you want to make a bowl, or you want to make like a vase where the walls of the pot go out and then come back in? Or what if you run into a problem with adding a coil? So let's go over those things. Let's go ahead and roll out the next coil, and I'll start showing you how to increase the size of your pot. So remember, we're gonna just set our pot aside. I do have some coils from yesterday. They are still pretty flexible since I dipped them in water, so I think I can still use them. If they were stiff or cracking at all when I tried to bend them, like right there wants to crack a little bit, they may not be ideal for use, but I think I can get away with using these today. But first I wanna show you how to increase the size of your pot. And I don't want to combine too many things at once. So we will just get some clay going and start by rolling a new coil. This is already, I know, too much clay, so I'm just going to set some of that aside. Okay, and remember, once you start to hear sort of that thumping, go ahead and do that candy twist to get your clay back into round before it becomes a bigger problem. Or, you know, you can just kind of squeeze it back into round. Remember, if one spot gets too thin, start your hands outside that spot, rolling and bringing your hands closer together. And then areas where you want to spread the clay out, start with your hands close together and move them out. There we go. Okay, that's way longer than what I need. So I'm gonna take some of that off. It's also still thicker than what I need. So I'm gonna keep rolling it. Remember, you want to roll out your coil to the same thickness as the coils you made before. How thick they are doesn't matter as much as making them consistently the same thickness. So that's looking pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and do a test fit here. And I'll go ahead and take some of this off. But let's go ahead and with this coil, I'll show you how to increase the size of your pot to make it wider. And it's pretty simple. Let's go ahead and score everything here. I've got my sponge ready. I've got my serrated rib here. Okay, and remember, we're just gonna score the top coil. And then we're gonna score down the entire length on one side of our new coil. And I'm just going 2 different directions because I like the way that the cross hatching works. I feel like that scores my clay better than just going in one direction. Okay. And I'm gonna go ahead and cut a 45-degree angle here. And then just dab a little bit of water into the score marks on both pieces. Oops. And then we're gonna turn this over and start to lay it on. And now here's where the trick or the difference comes in. Previously, we just stacked the coil directly on top of the previous coil. Okay? And if we do that, if we just stack it right on top, it's gonna be the same width. If you want your pot to get wider, instead of stacking it directly on top, we want to push that coil out a little bit so that it's not quite on top of the previous coil, not sagging down the side. But just sticking out a little bit past the previous coil. And that's gonna allow you to gradually get wider. Now, the more you exaggerate that, the more you push it out, the wider that next layer is going to be, the quicker this is gonna become like a bowl. If you just want it to gradually change or just be a little bit wider, don't put it out so far. Keep it stacked more on top and only sticking out a little bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and do a shape that'll be like a vase where it'll go out a little bit and have a belly and then come back into a neck. I'm just gonna go out a little ways. And one thing that's really helpful here is when I look down at my pot, I can see the inside, the next coil down a little bit. Instead of it looking like it's stacked directly underneath, I can see that coil a little bit on the inside. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and cut this here to that 45-degree angle. Then I'm going to score and add a little bit of water here. I may have left that a little bit too long. Okay, and once that's firmly stuck, remember we're gonna allow that slip or that water to dry a little bit before we start blending things in. So I'm gonna go ahead and do my next layer. Now this time, I'm gonna use the coils from yesterday, and I'm gonna show you what you can do if you accidentally roll a coil that's too small, or maybe your pot is getting so wide that you can't roll a coil that's long enough to go all the way around. And it's really simple. You may have already guessed what you can do. So I'm just rolling out this coil from yesterday. Start to wrap it around. I'll go ahead and cut 45-degree angles on this, and I'm gonna do it on both sides here. Oh, I scored the wrong side of that, silly me. And that's why I usually cut it on the pot. Okay, go ahead and score this. And I'll go ahead and score all the way around because that'll be fine. Go ahead and put my water on here. Now, one thing you may want to think about when you're stacking your coils is you don't always want the attachment, the part where the coils overlap, to be in the same spot. Sometimes that area can be worked a little bit thicker or thinner than other parts of your coil. So whenever I'm adding my next coil, I try not to make that overlap happen at the same point. So I'm gonna stack this piece directly on top of the previous connection. That way I don't end up with a connection on top of it again. Okay, in this coil, I'm gonna keep flaring out, so I'm gonna stack it a little bit wide. See how you can see down in there like it's a bowl? Because this coil is too short, I need to add another coil. And that's pretty simple, right? Now this one's a little bit too short as well, so I'm gonna go ahead and use this longer one. It needs to be rolled a little bit thinner first. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and cut one side of this at 45 degrees so that it's ready when I stack it. And that's going to go this way. So I'm going to go ahead and score here. And then I'll wait and cut the other end so I can make sure it's exactly the right size. Oops. All right, a little water. Okay, and I'm just pressing that on, trying to make it stick out the same amount as the other layer, or as the other half of this layer. And then I'm gonna cut it down to just the right size here. Okay, and that was really easy way to add another coil or to adjust if your coil is too short. Okay, and that should work with any length. And really, if your pot is very big, you may be rolling multiple coils. This may be 3 or more depending on how big your pot gets. I'm gonna keep mine pretty small. Okay, but let's go ahead and add a couple more layers. I'm gonna continue to flare out a little bit longer before I start to come back in, and then we'll go over how to make it smaller, although you've probably guessed by now how to do that. And I'm gonna go ahead and wad up these little cutoffs so that they don't dry out too much, and I'll go ahead and roll them into a new coil. Okay, so let's add this next coil, and I'm going to continue to flare out here. This is a more normal coil, as I'm not having to make any patches. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and cut this. Oops. Oof. Let me do this. Okay. So this is how I would normally do this. And now that the pot's getting bigger, I'm gonna have to do it this way more. So I'm just leaning down and getting kind of eye level here, and then cutting this at 45 degrees. Okay, bringing that together. All right, and now I think I'll probably go up a couple more layers before I start to bring it back in. But now I've got 3 layers added that haven't been fully bonded to each other yet. So I'm gonna go ahead and go back and bond these 2 previous layers to the base. And so I'm just going to use my thumb here to press that clay down, and I can pull clay up from the bottom. Now, if you feel a big difference in how malleable, how soft your clay is that you've added today and your clay from a previous day, it may be easier to do this with a tool. So instead of doing this with my finger, I could switch to a tool like this to help me push that clay up and down. And we're just trying to blur that line that is in between the layers. And I'm doing this 1 line at a time, but you don't have to. I could do 2 lines at a time. But remember, we don't want to change the outside shape. So remember, we're supporting the outside with 1 hand while we work on the inside. And remember, we're not going to blend the coils on the outside of the pot. So we don't want to press so hard that they get smushed while you're working on the inside. I don't want to put so much pressure here that it flattens it against my hand. And this is going to be easier to work on the table. So I'm just going to bring you down. And all I can think of, don't bring me down, Bruce. Yellow fans? Now, of course, my face is going to be right behind the camera. And really just do this in the way that is easiest for you. If the tool works, great. If you get frustrated with the tool, you would rather use your fingers, do that. I find that the tools are easier when my clay is a little bit stiffer, but I like to just use my fingers if the clay is softer. The tool gets a little too clunky if my clay is soft. Now, another thing I could be thinking about while I'm doing this is getting the general shape of the pot the way that I want it to be. So like when we were making the pinch pot and you just pinch the clay out or pinch the clay in, using this tool when I'm blending the coils, I can help push the clay out into more of a bowl form if that's what I'm wanting to do. But if I was working on bringing it in, I'd need to be careful not to push the coils out. I can also use the tool to kind of like smooth it out like this, or use my finger to smooth it out like this, like we did when we were making the coil pots to make them wider. And I've just got my sponge over here, get a little bit of water to help my fingers glide a little bit more. So I'm using some pinching techniques here to really bring that clay together, to smooth it into the direction I want, and shape the overall form. Now I'm not bonding this top coil yet because I had just added it and I wanted to make sure the lower coils were bonded first and give it some time to set up. but I think I'm gonna go ahead and add it now before or bond it now before I add the next coil. Now, I do wanna check in on the outside of my pot right now. So you can see when I rotate it, that the sides are flaring out evenly. If your pot starts to get uneven, say something like that happens to you, go ahead and take this time and use those pinching techniques to pull it back out, push it out with your thumb or with your tool to get it to be pretty even all the way around, unless you're not going for a symmetrical shape. That's just how I'm showing you today. You could totally use coils to make a pot that is not symmetrical. I think it's a good idea to practice making symmetrical pots because it helps you control the clay, and then you can break that rule however you want. Okay, so I'm gonna take a minute here to go around. You can see this coil cracked a lot, so I'm gonna go ahead and use my finger or my tool to go around and smooth that. You can see these coils are starting to blend together. So I'm gonna take a tool like this and redefine those separate coils, because I want this to look like a coil pot when I'm done. I don't want the coils to be hidden. At this point, if you're working on the side of your pot, it can be a little bit tricky to hold it up and work on it at the same time. So you can set up a towel like this to kind of cradle it. So I'm just gonna roll that a little bit. So that can hold my pot for me while I work on it a little bit more. This tool works really well for this too, to get down into those spaces between the coils and really smooth that out. And you know, I noticed some stuff down here from yesterday, so I'm working on that too. Now right here, I can tell I joined two pieces together. So I'm gonna work on that and try to get that to look like one piece. I can also use my serrated rib if there's a really defined joint or crack in the clay, then I can score over it with my serrated rib and then smooth that back out, maybe use a little bit of water. But remember, be careful about adding too much water. That can make your clay too soft, and then it can start to collapse or be easily pinched into the wrong shape. All right, that looks a lot better. Let's keep going. Oops. And with little crumbs of clay that you're probably gonna pick up on your tools, I encourage you not to drop them on your table, but to drop them into your bucket of water. That way you don't have a lot of clay dust. There's less crumbs to pick up when you're done working at the end of the day or at the end of the session. And that just makes your cleanup a little bit easier in your workspace, a little bit neater. I also encourage you not to pour your water directly down a sink, but to let it settle, let the clay settle out before you pour off the clean water, and maybe just pour it all outside. Now, one thing about setting your pot up on its side like this is that one side, the side that it's sitting on, might start to go flat. If that happens to you, it's also soft enough for you to pull it back out and make it round again. The other thing you can do is kind of adjust your towel or what you're resting it on so that it doesn't push it flat like that. But it's clay, it'll recover, or you can recover it. Right there. And I'm just reaching my tool over here and cleaning it on this sponge to get that extra clay off, just whenever it becomes problematic. And so you see, I'm using the tool to do some of the work, but then I'll go back with my finger to kind of smooth it out. For me, the tool always seems to leave like these sort of flat faceted spots, whereas with my finger, it makes it more rounded and natural, which is what I want. You could totally be into those facets. Oh, there's another crack. Now, one thing, if you're not careful, that can happen is that your coils can look drawn on if you press too deep, and if, like, instead of the coil rolling into that crack, it becomes like a straight line. That bothers me personally, aesthetically, because I want it to look more natural, more like I put the coils together without any problems. But again, glaze covers a lot. Okay, I think that's gonna be good enough for now. I may find some things that I wanna correct later as I keep going, but let's go ahead and move this towel aside. And I'll go ahead and blend this top coil in. And remember, always support the outside when you're doing this. One thing that you might feel as you're pressing part of that coil down is that the coil starts to like rotate in. That's normal. What you want to do is just find a balance with the pressure that you put. So like as I'm pushing down, making sure that I'm also pushing out if I want the coil to stay out, or just keeping my finger firmly in place to keep the coil in place. Or if it starts to feel like it's popping out on the outside, keeping my finger on the outside there to support it, to keep it from falling off. Okay, so I've gone all the way around. I'm gonna go around again. So this time I'm moving the clay around more to smooth it than to bond it. So it's bonded, and now I'm trying to make it look better. Getting rid of any unwanted texture. Okay, and so we're ready to go on to the next layer. So I say, and then I do some more work on the outside. All right, there we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and roll out the next coil. Now, I sat down while I was working on this, smoothing the coils together, but now that I'm rolling coils, I find it's easier to roll them standing up. So I'm gonna go ahead and get started on the next layer here. Because I want this to be a vase, instead of continuing to flare out, which I totally could, I'm gonna do a couple of coils that just go directly on top of each other before I make it come back in. So I'm gonna go ahead and use these other bits of coil here before they dry out too much. Now, one thing you might notice is that parts of your coil pot might be shorter than others, and honestly, I just wouldn't worry about it. That's something that you can kind of adjust for at the end when you're doing the final coils. You don't need to worry about it this early in the game. Okay, so this coil is going directly on top of the previous one. I'm not flaring it out. And I'm gonna go ahead and cut 45-degree angle here. And on the other side of it. Use the next bit of coil. And since this one is gonna attach here, I'll go ahead and cut that 45-degree angle there. Oh. Now, honestly, you don't have to use up all your little bits of coil. You could just recycle them. That way you don't have to deal with putting multiple coils together. You may find that like where they overlap gets too thick and you don't like having that multiple times around one layer. That's okay. I don't want to have to recycle anything. So I'm trying to use it all up. I've already got too much reclaim on my plate. This coil is a little bit thicker, so I'm trying to squeeze it a little bit thinner as I add it on here. This was already beveled. There we go. And then just one last little bit here. So that's the next coil. And then remember, we're gonna add a couple more coils before we bond them. So I'm gonna set that aside, get my next bit of clay, and start rolling the next coil. And I'm gonna go ahead and add all this back in before it dries out too much to be able to do that. And I'm just doing like squeezing it out and folding it over a couple times so that that clay I added back in really gets sort of wedged in there. That only works because I'm using a very small amount of clay. Normally you don't want to fold clay over on itself, but because it's so small and I'm about to roll it out into a coil anyway, it's not a big deal. Starting to go flat, so I'm gonna coil it or twist it. Okay. So what I'm doing here is I'm testing the length of it. This coil is way too thick still. So I know that it's gonna get a lot thinner. So I can tear some of that off pretty easily. And then keep rolling it out to get it thinner. But remember, we're not aiming for a particular length, we're aiming for a particular width. So the only reason I'm measuring the length is to make sure I have room to take some off to be able to keep rolling it to the correct thickness. Oops, got a little too thin. Okay, that's good. Let's go ahead and attach that. Remember, don't add too much water. If you start seeing water build up in the bottom of your pot, squeeze all the water out of your sponge and dab it out. Or if you have a bit of towel that you can maneuver to do that. If water builds up in the foot of your pot, it can cause the connections, the bonding that we've done to weaken because it's rehydrating it. We want to let it slowly dry. We don't want it to get bone dry, but we do want it to get to kind of leather hard. Okay, so again, I'm stacking this layer directly on top of the previous one. I don't want to flare out anymore. I'm going to turn this around, get it to overlap right there. Oh, that's the wrong way. You always want to go up the lower one. So since I went this way, if I cut that off, there's going to be a gap because this one's on the bottom. I need to go that way. So draw towards the lower one. Does that make sense? Hopefully you can see the difference. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to take a second and rotate this around and just make sure that my coil looks even. All right, and I'm going to do the third one before I start bonding. Gather all these scraps up. Put that all back together really well. Okay. Third one. This one I'm going to continue to go straight up, but the next one I'll start to go back in and we'll learn how to do that. Okay, so go ahead and cut that 45-degree angle. Remember, since this one's under, I want to cut back towards it. So that's the opposite of the way I did last time because I stacked it the opposite way. I hope that's clear. I hope you can understand what I'm saying. I don't feel like I'm saying it very clearly, but hopefully you can see it. Oh, I didn't quite cut that short enough. Okay, we'll go ahead and bond those layers. And we're just doing the same thing as before, just pressing it down into the previous layer or maybe pulling up. I like pressing down. You can go both directions. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that you are blending that clay across the layers and that you're supporting the clay on the outside and you're not pushing it so hard that you're smashing the outside. You're not pressing so hard that you're deforming your shape. Use a tool when you need to. So depending on how big of a pot you made, you may be having difficulty getting your hand down in there to work on these coils. That's another reason why it's important to continue bonding the layers a little bit at a time. If you built all of this, you may not be able to get your hands down in it far enough to do this work once all the coils are attached. So in addition to it being easier to do this while the clay is softer, and it will look nicer, if you wait and you try to bond everything when the clay is leather hard, the clay may not come all the way together. You may accidentally crack it instead of moving it around. So just like you can't keep working a pinch pot extremely, once the clay has started to dry, you've got to make all those extreme or really big changes to the clay while the clay is very plastic. Don't get lazy here. Take your time, right? So that first time you go around, you're just really getting the clay to be bonded to itself or to each other. But don't get lazy. Make sure you go back around and make it look good as well. Don't leave that rough texture from bonding it. So right now that clay is pretty sloppy looking. I'm gonna take my finger or my tool and go around and smooth it out. And remember to use those smoothing motions that we learned when we were making the pinch pots. I'm not trying to thin the walls here, so those smoothing motions can be faster and longer. Meaning I can, instead of doing short strokes, I can do longer strokes to really make sure that texture is continuous. Now I'm going at a diagonal, a little bit down, a little bit up, a little bit to the side, because I find that blends my texture best, and it's an easy movement for me to make with my thumb. I also find that vertical and horizontal lines show up as a texture more. Your eyes recognize that type of pattern more easily, so it can be more distracting, whereas a diagonal line is less distracting. So even if there's a little bit of a diagonal line left, it's less visible. Your brain doesn't notice it as much as a vertical or horizontal line.
Now, when I taught this lesson to high schoolers, there was always a few who did not like making coil pots, and they would always ask, how big do I have to go? When can I stop?
Part of that was because some students really struggle with making coil pots, and if you're really struggling, that's normal. I think it's pretty normal to have a hate relationship with coils at first, and then realize how much you can do with them, or have like a pot that you want to make and realize that the only way to really do it is with coils, and then you slowly begrudgingly kind of like coils, and then you find, oh, they make really cool pots and I actually love coils, right? I think that's pretty normal to go from hating them to loving them. And it's also pretty, fine if you're just like, no, I don't like coils, and you never come back to them. That's okay. What was I saying? So when my students would ask, when can I be done? I would say it needs to be at least as tall as your hand. So if you put your hand down next to your pot, by the time you get up to the width of your hand, that's a good height. You've got enough practice in, I think, to say, I know how to do coils. But you can also keep going and make something bigger and better and cooler. So we're gonna keep going. I've done a couple of layers here where I'm building directly on top. So next, I'm gonna start to bring those coils in. And I'm also gonna look at my overall shape here. And I feel like this side right here is kind of bulging out more than this side. I don't know if that's a trick of the light. This looks pretty symmetrical. Yeah, this side feels like it's bulging out more. So what I'm gonna do here is try to use some pinching movements to bring that back in. Oops, really out of round there. And then also, I can use some pressure here to pull this side out a little bit more. And it's important to do this while the clay is still very flexible. Okay, that feels more symmetrical. I'm not gonna play around with the texture on the outside yet because of how much I can move the clay. I'm afraid I'll indent it or something, so I'm gonna come back and work on that texture later when the clay is a little bit drier. But it is time to roll the next coil, so let's go ahead and do that. And I am gonna try to leave the camera down here and let's see if that gets in my way too much. And here's that spare foot that I made. Just gonna wad all this up. Go ahead and make the next coil out of this. I think that's gonna be in the way too much. Let's try a slightly different angle for you. My ring keeps indenting the clay. Now, another problem you might run into if your clay is pretty dry is that it's cracking a lot. Also, some clays that maybe don't have enough grog in them. Just some clays like porcelain aren't as well suited to hand building as others. So if you're getting a lot of cracks in your clay, one thing you can do is take your sponge with some water in it and just run it down the length of your coil a few times and then keep rolling. And that compressing the clay and adding that moisture back in should help with that. Another thing you can do if it's really bad and that's not helping is take a spray bottle and just kind of mist your work surface so that it's not as dry and it's not pulling moisture out of your clay. I don't want to overdo it on my surface because I'm not having that problem. And I could have the opposite problem where my clay gets too wet and doesn't hold its shape well enough to be rolled. Okay, so for this next coil, I'm gonna start to bring it in. I want to collar the clay in, which is a wheel throwing term and maybe not exactly right to use here, but I just wanna start to make the clay come inward. So let's go ahead and score the coil and the pot here. A little bit of water. Remember not to overdo the water. Okay, now I'm gonna start to put my coil on here. Remember, score side to score side. Now this time, what's gonna be different, instead of stacking my coil directly on top of the previous one, and instead, we're not going to flare it out either, right? We don't wanna make it a little bit wider. We don't wanna stack it directly on top. Instead, we wanna make it slightly smaller than the previous coil. So now, I'm gonna push that coil in to where I can just see a little bit of the previous layer on the outside of my coil. So I'm just making this next coil a little bit smaller, shrinking it in a little bit. You can do this more extreme, bring it in more to make that choke point come in more quickly. You can just do it a little bit. So that's good enough for me, right there. So you can see it's just starting to come in just a little bit, and I'm gonna go ahead and cut this here. Now, what happens here if you accidentally cut that bevel a little too short and your coils don't come all the way together? Let's say that happened. One thing you can do is if you bring your coils closer to each other, just check and see if that's too small, if that's shrinking more than you want. If it is, bring it back out to where you want it to be. Okay, so let's say there's a big gap here. So if there's a big gap, all we need to do is make a little coin, cut a little bit off of a scrap piece here, dip that in water, just completely dip it, and then tuck it into that space in between the ends of your coil. And we're just gonna blend that in like nothing ever happened. So that's how, if you accidentally cut your coil too short, that's how you can fill that. Another thing that might happen to you is, let's say like you can see daylight through here. Like, say you've got a big hole for some reason, the way that you cut it, there just ended up being a little hole. It'd probably be like a triangular shape. If that happens to you, all you need to do is take a little bit of clay. You can roll it out into a little skinny coil. You can make it into a little ball. And all we're gonna do, actually a little teardrop shape will work really well here. And all we're gonna do with that, dip it in the water and then push it in to the hole from the inside. We don't necessarily wanna see it on the outside. Okay. And then whatever clay is left over, just kind of pinch that off. And then on the inside, when you're blending your coils together, you'll just blend that little nub in. And on the outside, when you clean up, you'll just smooth that over and blend it in, okay? And the reason we don't press it in from the outside is so that there's not extra amounts of clay to work with. It's just barely visible. And that'll just get blended in. So if you ever have a hole or something that you don't want there, you can just plug it up with some extra clay. Okay, I'm gonna roll my next coil. And these next couple coils, I'm really gonna bring them in to create a closed form and probably a neck on this pot. Oh, I don't need to do all that. Let's do just this. Oop. Oh, and I've been forgetting to show you how to use the ribs. They just really haven't been necessary for me, so we'll have to talk about that hopefully on the next blending. But really, all you have to do is instead of like using the tool or your finger to blend, you end up using the rib. So if you know how to do that, now you know why we have the ribs, but hopefully I remember. Okay, attaching the next coil, and I am going to be making this one smaller as well. So let's talk about that again. So remember, score, water or slip. Oh, I should check on my slip and see if I can use it. Showed you how to make it and I haven't even used it. Ah, boy. So remember, we don't want to stack it directly on top of the previous layer. We want to make it slightly smaller, so it needs to come slightly inward. I'm saying slightly, but you could be more extreme here if you want to. It's totally up to you. Now when we start bringing that clay in, it is going to be a little bit more difficult to see what we're doing when we're adding layers. So I think I'm going to go ahead and start blending it together after this layer, because it's just a little bit trickier. This coil has a funny wrinkle in it, but it doesn't matter. I'm gonna blend it in anyway. Okay, take a moment, check. See how my coil is slightly inward from the previous one? And you can use some pinching techniques here to really make sure that that's true all the way around. And if it's not quite true, if you need to trim up some of your coil, if you didn't quite make it come in as much as you want, you can go ahead, pull this apart, trim a little bit more off of that bevel, and then cinch that clay together and bring it in just a little bit smaller, right? So clay is so forgiving. That's one of the reasons I love it. Okay, that looks pretty good. So I'm gonna go ahead and sit down here for a second and blend these together. Let's bring you in. Okay, so this might be a little bit harder for you to see. I'm just gonna bring some of my tools closer to me now because now this is in shadow. Let's go ahead and give it a try here. Fortunately, you saw it when I was working on it flaring out and going straight up and down. So it shouldn't be too difficult to understand what we're doing here. Okay, so again, use your finger here if you want to. Start to bring that clay down and blend each layer into the previous one. You can also use a tool. I find that's a little bit easier at this angle for me. Now, another thing we want to be mindful of, careful of here, is that as you're doing this, you're putting pressure on the inside of the pot, pushing that clay outward a little bit. So you really need to use your outside hand to help keep the clay from flaring out. I've had students in the past who, when they did this step, they didn't support the outside a lot. And so when they would press on it, instead of their clay coming inward like they meant for it to, it would start to get flared out or straight up because of how much pressure they were putting on it. See how I'm doing that and how it's changing? So a real quick way to fix that, just be aware if it's happening to you and then press it back in before it starts to dry. And then make sure as you're working to keep that clay where you want it. Keep your hand there and really control the clay. I don't like that I rotated that way. There we go. So remember, you can push the top coil down into the bottom one. You can also push up from the bottom coil up. Just whatever feels comfortable and works well for you. Okay, and once it's all blended together, remember to take the time to go around and smooth out your texture. Use those swiping, pinching motions to really make the inside look good. If you're making a closed form like I am, you might be thinking, who cares what the inside looks like? You know, if you're making a bowl, it's a lot easier to feel like the inside is important. But smoothing it out is important both for your practice, right? Because if this is your first coil pot, you might as well practice and get good at this. It's also going to help you out later when you're trying to glaze. Having a smoother inside texture, or at least a consistent texture, is going to help glazing go easier for you. Whereas if you have a bunch of weird texture that's really rough, it might hurt your hand if you're trying to like reach your hand inside. It also becomes like, depending on what you want to do with this. If you want this to be a vase, having a smooth inside is going to keep it from holding on to water and moisture and growing anything. If you're wanting to use this as a bowl, something to eat out of, you definitely don't want to have a rough texture. That would be difficult to wash and difficult to get all the way clean. Okay, so I'm just going around, making sure my texture is how I want it, and let's look at the rib. So why did I say we needed a rib? Well, we don't 100% need it, but it can be helpful if you're having difficulty with your texture on the inside. If it's not getting as smooth as you want it to be, you can use your rib to get inside. Now, I have a couple different sizes of rib. In this case, a smaller rib is gonna work better because it's gonna fit in this space better. And I've got a really flexible one, which is nice. So I can use it, start at the bottom and work my way up. Remember to support the outside if you're doing this. And doing this with a rib, because it's smooth and you can do one long continuous stroke or motion, that's going to give you an even smoother texture on the inside. Later in another video, I'll show you a method for making a pot that's smooth on the outside but built from coils, and we'll use the rib even more to help with that. But the rib for this project is really optional because you really don't even have to do this step of super smoothing it. If you're making a bowl or something that's a really open shape, using the rib can really help that shape look even better. And using it in a direction that helps push out the roundness of your shape and helps it really be symmetrical can be very helpful. Now I've got some little dry crumbs in the bottom of this. I'm just not going to worry about them. They'll be fine. They'll either fall out later or I can blend them in when they've gotten good and stuck. So I'm going to take a minute here to go ahead and work on my outside texture. I'm also going to take a second to observe the shape of my pot here. It's feeling pretty symmetrical, so I'm happy with that. And I'm going to go ahead and set up my towel again. And just remember, whether you're using your fingers or a tool to do this part, to just keep like little bits of clay if they get built up on there, to wipe those off occasionally so that they don't dry and then get stuck in your clay. as your pot gets bigger, laying it down on its side like this is going to become more difficult. Like the clay is heavier, it's going to be more likely to collapse on itself. So one thing you can do is you can support it with a hand on the inside. If that is difficult, if you need both hands to work on the outside, you can get some plastic or a dry sponge and roll it up and stuff the inside. You just want to be careful. You just want to be careful that whatever you do this with doesn't have a strong texture to it so that it's not damaging the texture inside your pot, or you're just going to have to be aware that you're going to have to do some more work inside. You want to be careful too if you're using your sponge, if you have a big sponge to do this, that your sponge isn't super wet, because that water will get into the clay and cause the clay to be more flexible, and then this will overextend or overstretch. So you just want to be very careful if you're using a sponge to do this. For that reason, I think that plastic is a better option for this. And if you're making a really closed form and you're not going to be able to get your plastic back out, switch to paper, because paper will burn out. So if you have some extra newspaper or craft paper that you can wad up and stuff inside of it, you don't have to be able to get that back out. It can burn out in the kiln if your opening is going to be closed. I'm realizing I'm working further down and I need to work more on the top. One thing I also see a lot of students do is that they'll take their sponge and get it a little bit wet and then just wipe over the surface. That may feel like you're smoothing out the clay, but what you're really doing is introducing slip to the surface, because you're adding water to the surface clay, and that can actually weaken your pot, and those cracks or textures can come back stronger after the clay is dry. So you really don't want to add water to do your smoothing for this, unless your clay is leather hard. If your clay is still plastic, like mine is still very soft, I can gouge it really easily. You don't want to add water. If your clay is leather hard and you're having difficulty smoothing it, that's a good time to use some water. That's also a good time to use some scoring tricks. So I'll show you on some of this texture right here. If your clay is really dry and you're having a difficult time getting rid of some textures like this, it's a good time you can add a little bit of water. I'm just dabbing just a little bit. And then use your needle tool or your serrated rib to scrape across that texture. Adding more texture may feel like a step in the wrong direction, but then that actually allows that water to get in there and allows you to move that clay around more. And you'll actually be able to get it smoother. Just make sure if you do this that you really blend that clay back together. Don't score and then just leave those score marks there. I mean, unless that's your texture that you're going through for all over the pot. There's not one right way to do this. I'm just showing you how to smooth it out. If you want to texture it, you want to use your rib to just draw some lines on it, that's up to you. In the next coil pot, so the next project we'll do, I'll show you how to use coils in a decorative way, and we'll talk about using surface decoration on the coils and about using stamps. But on this pot, I'm just trying to show you how to do basic coils and how to clean up a basic coil pot and keep it simple. And we'll get more detailed and more complicated in the next one. Now, you might notice that I'm switching tools or switching which end of the tool I'm using and be wondering to yourself, what's the deal? What's the difference? When should I switch? When should I use one tool versus another? It's all on what works for you, okay? There's not a right or wrong here with what tool you use. It's which tool is getting the results that you want. So this tool is working well for me. This end isn't working so well for what I want to do, so I switch to the other end. And that's it. Oh yeah, and if you have tools like this, remember you can also use those. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's nice. That moves a lot though. Gotta be careful. I don't think that's gonna be as good for what I'm doing right here. It really moves the surface. Okay. So the wooden tool is better if you need to kind of like change shape, change the form and kind of like move some clay underneath the surface. This moves the surface a lot, but it's not so good for like changing the overall form of the clay. I also feel like I need to keep it cleaner. Oops. I do have some different sizes of these. So I could switch to a different size, a smaller one if I needed to, or bigger one. No, I don't have bigger ones. Or a different shaped one, but this one's working fine for me. I think I'm gonna switch back to the wooden tool here in just a minute. Yeah, that's nice, because that can work more like a paintbrush. Okay. All right, now the last thing I want to do here before I transition to adding more coils is I want to take a look at my overall form. Make sure that it's still feeling symmetrical, the shape that I'm looking for. And then I'm also going to take the plastic out. Make sure I squeeze it in really tight so that I can pull it out. Okay, now as I collar this in more, as I bring the lip in more, I may not be able to fit the plastic in it as much, so I may have to work with the pot sitting upright more. And you just gotta monitor and adjust. Just do what works for you. I'm gonna continue to bring the lip inward on this pot. Again, I'm gonna try to make like a vase kind of shape. So Move that aside. And let's go ahead and bring these, go ahead and put these together and make a new coil. Now, I could have just used those coils as is, but I knew they weren't going to be long enough, and I didn't feel like doing that this time. And since this clay is a little bit drier, I'm just putting some water on it with the sponge to help it be a little bit more flexible. Part of the clay being flexible isn't just that like you can bend it, but also that it's able to stretch as you're rolling it. You may see that I am, after I use the sponge to put water on my coil, drying my hand off because my hand with water on it wants to just slide around and not actually roll the coil. If you notice I'm rolling with one hand a lot and you wonder why that is, it's usually because I'm targeting like one spot that's thicker than the rest of the coil. Sometimes it's just weird habits. Okay, I think that's a good thickness now. If you're ever rolling a coil and you feel like, I don't know if this is the right thickness, you know, sometimes you just get into the weeds on a pot and kind of lose perspective. One way that you can double check that is stack it on your pot, you know, do a practice stack and look at how tall it is compared to how tall the previous coil is, and that should help you out. If it feels significantly skinnier or thicker than the previous coil, you know you need to make some adjustments. Okay, again, I'm bringing the coils inward. So when I stack this coil on here, it's going to be slightly smaller than the last coil. Okay, and then I'm just looking at it, checking the symmetry, checking that that outside line is going the direction that I want it to, and then I'll go ahead and cut this. Okay, next coil. I actually need to get some more clay for this one. Okay, put the rest of that back in my bag. Okay, and since my coils are getting smaller, I don't think I'll need all of this, but I'll go ahead and start with it. Okay, I'm gonna add on my next coil. And I haven't decided yet how skinny I'm gonna make it. I think I'm just gonna do whatever feels right.
Okay, and I think I'm gonna do one more layer before I bond these. I think just one or two more layers and I'll be ready to start making like a neck. So let's go ahead and bond these. Whew, that coil's real soft. That fresh clay out of the bag is so much softer. Oh my gosh.
Okay, so that's all smooth on the inside. I'm gonna go ahead and work on the outside texture for a little while. And then I think I might wrap it up for today. Those last couple coils that I added are just really soft clay, and I think I want the clay to homogenize a bit more before I keep going forward. And this time, now that the pot is so tall and curving inward instead of outward, I can see the coils well enough to work on it while it's right side up. So I'm just doing that. Also, because the pot is bigger, it's heavier, the clay's still pretty soft, I'm concerned about it collapsing in on itself. And I don't think I can get some plastic in there to support it and still be able to get it out without deforming the body. Ooh. Do. think that's enough progress for today. We've done a lot, got a lot added, and the clay is pretty soft, and I'm concerned about accidentally smashing it as I keep working upwards. Also, there's a big difference between this clay that I just added and this clay from earlier today, and I want that to homogenize a bit more before I keep working. And it's probably about time for some battery to be changed. So I think I'm gonna just wrap it up for today and we'll come back tomorrow. Now, I am gonna do this a little bit different today because I want the clay to dry a little bit. Instead of pressing all the air out of the bag, I'm actually gonna wrap this up into a bubble. Yesterday, this would have fit in a gallon-sized baggie, but that's not what I used. I just used this bag, which is a bag that clay came in. These are really great to hold on to and use for this purpose. So the first thing we need to do is to go ahead and open it up, and you kind of want to gather it up into your fingers like this, and then kind of open it up. The best thing I can compare that to is like gathering up pantyhose to put them on, which I know isn't going to hit for most people. So also like a sock, when you gather up your sock to put your toes in first, it's pretty similar to that, but really we're just wrinkling the sides down and setting it up so it can stand up on its own on the flat base of the bag. Have it sitting up like that. Set the pot down inside of it. Now, if your pot was really dry, you would want to press all the extra air out, right? So if your clay is really dry, when you pull this up, you would just want to press the clay, press the bag really nice up against the pot. Not so much that it causes damage to the pot or puts texture on it, but so that there's no extra air besides what we can't help being inside the pot. But I want my clay to dry out a little bit, but I don't want it to dry out completely. So the best thing to do with that is to puff up your bag, gather the top together, and see how that makes a nice air bubble. Okay, so now my pot can dry a little bit, but it's limited. There's not infinite air for the water to evaporate into. So it's gonna dry. It might get to leather hard. It might be like a soft leather hard. But I need it to stiffen up so that I can keep working on it tomorrow. And then I'm just gonna move that aside, and that's gonna be a little bit tricky, so I'm just gonna slide my fingers under here, pick up the bottom, and then I'm gonna clean up like normal. I've got these coils that I started today, but that clay is really soft and they're not worth keeping, so I'm just gonna wad that back up. All right, so remember, if you have some coils, you think you're gonna come back later, you can put them in a bag. I don't plan on coming back, so I'm just wadding mine up because they won't really be that good tomorrow. You might get lucky and they're good, like I did today, but most of the time they're gonna be too dry to work with. Remember with your fresh clay to press all the air out of the bag and then seal it closed. Twisting the bag shut is not as effective as simply pressing the extra air out and wrapping the tail under the foot of the bag. So doing this can work, but I find that often that just untwists if you don't do something with it. I found it actually works better for me if I just press all the air out and then just tuck that tail underneath it to keep it nice and sealed. Okay, make sure all your tools are clean. That doesn't have to mean wiping them all off. If you've cleaned them along the way, they may not have clay on them. And I'm just wiping them off with a sponge. Remember, cleaning your tools is important to protect your tools, to keep them from growing mold or getting rusty. Also, with tools like this one, it doesn't seem like, this is probably aluminum, it won't rust, the wood's coated, and this is just plastic. Still, leaving clay like down in this groove can cause it to hold on to moisture, and the moisture holding on there can degrade the glue that holds this together. Same here at the bottom of the ferrule, or the ferrule is this metal part. So keeping your tools clean and dry is important for making them last longer. And I don't always dry my tools on a towel if it doesn't feel like they need it, or if I know that I can leave them out to dry. I'm gonna go ahead and empty my water since I know I'm not coming back today, and I'll get new water tomorrow. Now with your water, see how it's probably dirty like mine is? We don't wanna pour this directly down your sink because that clay can build up in your drain and clog it up over time. So I have a sink here that my husband built for me that is not actually plumbed. It uses a recycled water system. So it's just, this goes in, it goes through a filter, and then the filtered water comes back. I'll leave a link to the video of him making that in the description if you're curious about, if you wanna know more about that. So I can pour this straight down my sink, but what works even better is if you keep this in another bucket, you let the clay and other things in the water settle down to the bottom, and then you can pour the clean water that's on top out. Also, you can put this into a recycle bucket. If you have a bucket system for recycling your clay, you could do that. But I have a bucket in my sink that I'm gonna pour this into, let it settle, and then I'll drain off most of the water and put this settled clay into my reclaim. And then I need to wipe my board. That's how much clay I got off of there. When you're wiping down your board like this, if you have a canvas board like I do, or if you're using plywood, it's really important to make sure that you don't soak the material, that you don't soak your board. Even though I wiped this down and it looks completely wet, notice the sides, how far down the water went. Didn't go down the side here. It's just the surface that's damp or wet. It's really important not to soak this through because it will warp. It also causes it to just wear out, right? It just ages it faster. Just take good care of your stuff and it'll last you a long time. I'm back and I think we're gonna finish today. So let's go ahead and get our pot out. Maybe you're just continuing on. Maybe you didn't wrap up when I did. But hopefully My pot has dried somewhat and is just a little bit easier to work with today. I do have a lot of dry clay dust on here from this bag, and that's okay. I can just work that in or wipe that off. See, that's super easy. Let's go ahead and get set up. Now, when you've taken a step away, it's a good idea to go ahead and give your pot a look-see. You know, take a look at it, see if it's still feeling symmetrical, it's still coming out the way you intended. I think this is still kind of leaning this way a little bit, which when I rotate it that way is leaning towards me. It looks really good here. But it's a hand-built pot. That's okay. You know, I can stress about that, or I can be like, hey, this looks pretty good. It's pretty symmetrical, so let's keep moving. Yesterday, I finished making my slip, so I can show you how to use that today. So that's all mixed up and looking good. One thing that can happen if your slip is sitting for a while is the clay can settle out of the water, because slip is not a homogeneous mixture, it's a heterogeneous mixture. Another way to say this is that it's a suspension. Things are not dissolved, they're just suspended in the water. So like when you mix sugar into water, it dissolves, it becomes something else. When you mix clay into water, it's still clay and water. So if they sit long enough, the water will pool on top and the heavy particles of clay will actually fall down. That's why it's really important also with your glazes to mix them every time you use them, is because they are also heterogeneous mixtures. So the ingredients that make up the glaze and make the cool effects sink to the bottom. All right, science lesson over. Let's get to it. I'm gonna need to go ahead and roll out that next coil. Now, last time I wadded up that last bit of clay, so I'll go ahead and get that out and use that first. And I'll go ahead and grab some more clay because I know I'm gonna need it. Not too much, don't want it drying out. I don't wanna just let everything dry out while I'm working with this amount of clay. This is enough for now. So remember, we're just getting it into shape, and then we're gonna start rolling it. Remember to do that candy twist if it starts to be lumpy. Okay, there we go. Nice coil to get us started. Go ahead and score here. Now my clay did not dry out that much. It is still pretty flexible. I probably could have just left it out for a couple hours and it would still be fine. Okay, there we go. Now, one thing you can do here is I just wiped that extra clay off into my water, but if you have a container of slip, you can start cleaning that clay, that excess clay, off into your slip. And that will kind of create a continuous fountain here. So then you've got to decide how you're going to put this slip onto your pottery. I could use a tool like this and just kind of dab it on. I could use my fingers. I don't want to use my sponge because I want my sponge to stay clean. You could also use a brush if you have a glazing brush or a brush that you want to use specifically for slip. You just want to make sure that if you're using a glazing brush that you also use to glaze, you really wash that slip out of there. But if you have a brush dedicated to slip, you still want to clean it, but you don't have to be as careful. In my classroom, because I didn't want a bunch of clay in our glazing brushes, I had students use their wooden tools for this step. So I'll just show you that a little bit more. I also didn't require students to use slip, so you didn't have to. You could just use a sponge and some water. Okay. And then we're just gonna add that coil on as normal. Remember, score side to score side. And I'm still making this layer a little bit smaller than the previous one, so I'm just gonna bring it in a little bit. Clean my hands off here. Use your little sponge to help clean. Just wipe that slip right off your hands if you need to, off your tool if you need to. And because my clay is still pretty plastic, it's still pretty wet, I'm not gonna keep using the slip. If my slip was closer to leather hard, I would keep using the slip because I have found that slip is a better bonding agent if your clay is drier, but when your clay is still pretty plastic, adding slip can add too much moisture, too much water, and can actually cause your clay to start to like lose its shape or hold on to too much water. I'm gonna cut the 45-degree angle here, just like always. And then I'm gonna lay this, make sure that the slip is facing up so I'm not getting my workspace too dirty. Well, I guess it's already dirty, but not more than usual. Okay, and I'm just continuing to trim off a little bit more because this is too big. There we go. I think I'm gonna bring this in a couple more coils before I start making more of the top of the vase shape. So let's go ahead and roll those coils out. Remember to move all your tools and things out of the way, so that way you have plenty of room to roll out your coils. Okay. It's looking good. I don't know if you can hear my dog howling. Hopefully he's not too disruptive. He's having a good old time outside though. Okay. Okay, so I'm switching back to water because, again, my clay is still pretty soft and slip can really help your clay if it's dry, but it can be detrimental if your clay is on the wet side. It can hold a lot more water. Okay, my last overlap was here. There we go. Okay, let's go ahead and cut this one. Now remember, you could be done at any time. You don't have to make the exact shape that I'm making. So you might already have finished your pot. But I hope you're making something big and exciting. I hope you're making a shape that you're happy with, that you're excited to keep and finish. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Now, let me look at this another bit here. Yeah, I can go ahead and do the next coil. Okay, I'm gonna do a little test thing here. Nope, I think it needs to go smaller. I actually want to choke this in a little bit more. So I'm going to do a little doctoring on these coils. And I am going to cut through them right here. That's 2 layers that I cut through. And I'm going to bring that further in. In fact, I'm just going to peel that off. Yep. And I think I want to go even smaller, so I'm going to cut some more off. You can continue to modify it and make changes to it if you're unhappy. Yeah, I think I like that a lot better. I keep having to wash the slip off of my hands. Okay, now I'm gonna take this rib. I'm gonna use it to kind of press some of that out. Can you see that movement happening here? If you made the pinch pot bowl with me, you probably saw me use the rib in a similar way there. Okay, and then I wanna put this on here, and look, I'm gonna make that so much smaller. There we go. Can you see how I'm using my fingers here to press the wall out. I'm gonna use okay, now let's see how that's going. Okay, those proportions are nicer. I like how that's going better. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and attach this coil. Okay, and do I want to go in a little bit more? I think I want to stay right there. No, can't. It's not quite long enough. I'm gonna have to put some more clay back in there. Just put that right back, and then use some of this other cut off clay from just a minute earlier. Okay, there we go. A little too much water. It's gonna need a second to dry. Okay, I squeezed all the water out of my sponge so that I can use it to kind of dry the surface here. Okay. Now, before this neck gets too tall, I want to make sure that I blend those coils together that are at the top, that are right here at the shoulder. So I'm really going to have to do this by feel. Can't really see what I'm doing anymore. Now, this is a good opportunity if the shape is a little funky to keep adjusting it, because it's still allowing me to push the clay out a lot. Gone all the way around. Which layer is that? All the way around this ring. Now I need to go around this ring. The clay is really soft, so I really need to support it on the outside. Now this would be a great time if you use a heat gun or a blow dryer to dry your clay. You could do that to help get your clay a little bit more solid before you start blending. I'm at a weird transition point. I need to smooth these coils together, and they're just a little bit too soft to do that. The other thing I could do is if I had another pot I was working on, I could take a break from this one, let it sit out for a couple of hours, and come back to it. Depending on the humidity where you live, it could take a couple hours. It could take longer. pretty humid here in Arkansas most of the time. Okay, I'm going to take another look at my profile. So this ring, I still want it to be in a little bit, so I'm going to take some time to kind of push it in, kind of treating it like a pinch pot, but I don't want to pinch it too much and lose that coil. There we go, that's better. Now I can get at an angle where I can see what's going on down in here. I don't know if I can get you at that angle. Hold on. Okay, there you go. Whoops. Careful. Okay, so see how it's a little bit messy in there? I can still see in there, and I can clean that up, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. It's not gonna make the best footage for you guys, unfortunately, because it's just, if you can see in there, then the camera's like right where I need to be able to see in. So hopefully this won't take too long. So this will be something to clip out in the shorter video or speed through. But for those of you who are doing the build along video, you just enjoy my face as I work on this. Look at how much. Ugh. I'm using my finger instead of a tool here because then I can really feel what I'm doing. So I don't need to be able to see it, and you'll notice I'm not even looking at my pot. Right here I can feel the transition between the older clay and the newer clay. Man, it's wild. When you can't look at what you're doing, it's amazing like how much detail, like what you can feel. How much detail you can see without seeing. That's a lot better. And so what I would tell my students is get it as smooth as you can. You know, and once it feels smooth, that's all you can do. You can't, if you can't see it and you can't feel it, then there's nothing you can do about it. I'm just doing some of those sideways swipes that we learned in the pinch pots to really help finalize that texture. Really trying to feel if there are any areas that feel like the clay is not coming together. And try to blend those areas together if I can. Okay. Now I'm gonna work on my texture here for a moment. And then I'll keep adding coils. Let's get you a more interesting view.
Remember, if your clay starts to collapse under your pressure, make sure you support it from the inside, press it back out. Also remember that sometimes if you're having a hard time, if the clay is being difficult, it may be that the clay is too wet. So give it some time to dry. If it's not leather hard yet, give it some time to dry and see if you can fix it after that. Because sometimes if the clay is too wet, it just moves around too easily and it'll just start to collapse or fold in on itself. So if you're having difficulty and your clay is really wet, try letting it dry a bit first. Okay. Now I'm going to try to wipe some of this powdered clay off the bottom here. Clean up the foot a little bit. It's got some dried bits on it. Now I'm doing this, I'm trying not to get the clay too wet, right? Because I don't want to rehydrate the bottom of this pot, because then it might collapse under its own weight. There we go. All right, I think it's time to keep coiling. This coil's basically long enough and I can just patch it with this one. So let's go ahead and attach those. Okay.
Okay, that looks good. Next coil. I'm not sure how many more I'm gonna do, maybe 3 or 5. The nice thing is now they're short enough that I can probably get 2 layers out of this one. Go. Now, as we get near the top, you might be starting to feel like one side is shorter than another, or one part feels a little bit shorter. So some things you can do to adjust that is when you blend your coils together, use that time to kind of pinch that part of the pot a little bit taller. Just kind of push it up a little bit if you want to even it out. Oh, are you not recording? What just happened? Oh, no space on memory card. Okay, I gotta take a break. I'll be right back. Okay, made some more room on my SD card. So now we're good to go. This has had a little while to dry, which is actually kind of nice. This is a little bit stiffer, not super dry, just a little bit. Gonna be a little bit easier to work with. Okay, I left this scored and this scored, so we're gonna go ahead and just add water. And then go ahead and do this next layer. Now I think this layer, I'm starting to go straight up. Yep. Okay, and I didn't score in here, so I'm gonna make sure I do that. Otherwise, that may not stick together. Okay, now just dipping this coil in water because I had it sitting out here for a while and it had some time to dry. That's almost long enough. If I set that right there and then just use this little bit of clay to make just a little bit more coil, I can finish that one off. Oops. Okay, so I'll go ahead and attach this one. Okay, that's coming together. I think at least one more coil. And I may go ahead and roll 2 just to see how it looks. And I just dipped that in water so that it would bond better with the newer clay. And I probably only need half of this. Okay, let's see how this looks. This may be the last coil. Okay. All right, if it is the last coil, I want it to stick out just a little bit more than the previous 2 coils, but let me see. I'm just gonna tuck that in a little bit. Finish rolling this coil out real quick. What do you think? One coil taller? Here? Or here? I think a little taller is just a little bit more elegant. So we'll just go one coil taller. Well, I like it this way though. Nope, I think I like it right here. All right, this is my last coil. Elegant isn't necessarily what you want all the time, I guess. I think I like these proportions just a smidge better. Okay, so now I'm gonna go ahead and do the last blending. At this point in the pot, at the last couple of coils, sometimes I would have students who, they got that last coil on there and they're like, phew, I'm done. Nope, gotta finish blending. So make sure you don't give up. Don't forget to finish your work now. So let's go ahead and reach in here and start blending this together. And since my coils had some time to dry there for a minute, they're a little bit harder to move around with just my fingers, so I'm getting a tool. Now just then, I accidentally used the wrong side of this. I used the part that's more of a scoop to try and shape the coils. Make sure you're always using the back, the rounded side. I call it the back just because I think of it as like the back of a spoon, whereas the inside or front of a spoon would be the side that you eat with, or that holds things. But there's technically not a front or a back to this tool. Just helps me communicate with you, hopefully. Okay, I'm gonna clean my tool off and use my hands instead. Okay, there's one more coil down here that needs to be bonded that's kind of out of sight. This one right here. Now I really want to make sure that this one's bonded well. Okay, and then I'm just going to go around one more time with some more of those kind of swiping pinches to really try and smooth everything out. And then I just want to make this top part where it flares out look good because we can see that part. Ooh, this clay is a lot softer. So I'm going to go around and kind of pinch this a little bit, try to make it even. Use a lot of those pinching techniques to really make the thickness of the walls look better, look more even. Now, if any part on the lip when you're done feels particularly high or low, you can take a needle tool and just trim it. So like, well, I don't really feel that way, but let me do it anyway. Okay, so let's say this part feels kind of high. I can just take my needle tool, skim some of it off, and then I can dip that in water where it feels a little bit thinner, maybe over here, and just add that in. Now I don't really feel that way, so I'm actually going to take that off, but you can blend that in to where it looks like it was always one piece. Here, I'll put it on. Well, that's where I just cut it off of. Oh well, I'll just put it back. Okay, and you just pinch and smooth it back in. You know, and you can also use those pinching techniques to like make the wall more even, pinch it a little bit taller if you need to. You just want to match sort of that coil feel in the end. Make sure you look at the inside as well. Right? Anywhere that you can see now, you're going to be able to see after it's fired. So if you see something unsightly, take care of it now. It'll be much harder. I mean, you could sand it after it's fired, but it'll be much more difficult. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. I'm going to focus on the outside now. But before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and take care of these other coils that I rolled out. Go ahead and wad all this back up together. If those coils are feeling a little bit dry, you can dunk them in water before you wad them back up. If they're like beyond the leather hard or they're bone dry, just recycle them. All right, there we go. And then just put that away. All right, so now that I've put all my clay away, I can focus on finishing. Okay, I've got
kind of big crack right here. So I may see if that clay will go together for me, but I may have to plug it up. In fact, I've got this little bit of scrap clay I'm just gonna stuff in there, I think. Okay, now I'm gonna let that sit for a little bit before I mess with it too much and just tear it out. So I need to work on some other areas and come back to it.
Okay, I've gone over everything else, so the last thing to do is to finish up this patch. Okay, that's it. It's done. That didn't take very long. You might be thinking, that took forever. Okay, last step, we just need to sign the foot. Make sure you always sign your work. Sometimes I would tell my students to put the year on it because it's kind of nice to be able to look back and see when you made it. But I'm gonna turn this over and set it on its rim or its lip. And I'll have to clean that up a little bit once I'm done signing the foot. And this is another good point where we can use the rib. So I'm just gonna put a little water on here, not a lot at all. Then I'm gonna take the rib and I am supporting this, like I'm holding it up. I don't wanna just put a lot of pressure on this and accidentally collapse my rim. So I can smooth this out. When you're smoothing, make sure you're not holding it at 90 degrees. You're allowing that angle to relax, 45 degrees. So halfway between 90 and horizontal or 0 is a really good place to be. Another thing we can do when using the rib is slightly press the foot in so that instead of it being flat, it can be domed up or into the pot, scooped a little bit. That allows it to have more of a foot ring to sit on so that the bottom doesn't accidentally bubble out and make it wobble or rock. But you don't want to push it in too much, and if your clay is really soft, you might accidentally press it more than you want to. So you just want to be careful. You can leave it flat if you want to. I'm going to use my little stamp here, along with signing my name. Should have stamped it last. Oh well. Anyway, I don't want to set this up right side up immediately because I want the crumbs in my name to dry and be brushed off first. I also don't want to leave it sitting on its rim. So I'm going to make a little towel pillow real quick. There we go. Now it can lay down out of my way and I can go ahead and clean up. Now when I would teach this project to my students, I would plan for 5 to 7 days or class periods for them to spend on it, which would end up being like 5 to 7 hours. And I think I spent a similar amount of time over 3 days. That'd be crazy if that's how long this video is, wouldn't it? Can you imagine this video? 5 to 7 hour video. We'll see what it's like when I edit. Sometimes it would take students longer than that, so they would need a little bit more time. Some students would be finished in 3 days. It really just depends on the person, what kind of experience they have. Some people are just more naturally inclined to be good at pottery, or maybe they have experience doing other handcrafts that make them a little bit faster at picking up these skills. Okay, that's all cleaned up. I am gonna put my pot in a bag to stabilize it for a little while. Since the bottom portion is drier than the top portion, I don't want the bottom to dry out faster and shrink faster and cause any cracks in the coils. So I'll go ahead and put this in a bag, but I'm still gonna leave it in my towel. But we don't want the towel to be moist or to hold moisture and grow mold. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna pick up my pot, take my bag, and slide my pot into my bag. I'm working on top of the towel And because I do want the pot to dry, I just don't want it to dry too quickly, I could just leave the bag open to encourage it to dry, but dry slowly. I could also kind of seal it up a little bit and just leave a big air bubble. That way the clay can homogenize, the amount of water can even out throughout the pot. And then I can take it out of the bag when I'm ready to fully dry it. All right, and let's go ahead and finish cleaning up. Remember, in addition to cleaning and drying your tools, to always clean your board. Now, I'm gonna put this water in my bucket that I allow to settle out. So remember, we talked about you don't wanna put this dirty water down your sink. You could dump it outside because it's just dirt, or you could dump it in a bucket and kind of reclaim that clay, let the water settle out, and then add that clay to your reclaimed bucket. And also, if you're only using one type of clay and you only have one type of slip, you don't need a label. I have a lot of different clays happening in my studio, so I'm gonna put a label on this so that I know what kind of clay this slip is made out of. Remember, when you're doing this, the goal is not to soak the board. You just want to get it wet enough that you're picking up all the dry clay that's on the surface. So you really don't even want the sponge to be dripping. You want the sponge to be just damp. So I squeeze out as much extra water as I can. And I'm really only getting the surface wet. And getting it wet isn't the point. The water is supposed to help pick up the clay. All right. That's it. I hope you had fun. I hope you made something cool. I'll see you next time.